went blank. Doing what? Looking at me like I'm some kind of frightening monster. No, I'm not. It's nothing. A blush washed over her cheeks, a beautiful blood-pink blush. Bugger. Nothing turned him on faster than a woman's blush, especially when the blush was caused by him. He could smell the blood filling her cheeks like a maddening perfume. His groin instantly responded. Are ye afraid I'll kiss ye again? That I'll lose control? Her blush deepened. No. Her eyes glinted with fear once again. The truth hit him hard. She was afraid she would lose control. Her gaze met his for an electric second. Then she turned away. We shouldn't. Nay, we shouldna. He pulled her closer. It was wrong. It would lead to nothing but heartache and despair. But still he wanted her. He had to have her. Emma, he whispered, just before lowering his mouth to hers. Chapter 13. Emma was immediately pulled into the kiss. Not only did he ignite her physically, but he overwhelmed her emotionally. He was the honorable, sexy hero of her dreams, and she responded with such a strong yearning, her heart ached. If only he could be alive. He tugged her bottom lip into his mouth and suckled. She moaned as the tug shimmered down to her belly, then lower. His erection pressed against her hip. Good heavens, wasn't this alive enough for her? But why couldn't he be human like her? He trailed kisses across her cheek. His husky groan tickled her ear before he nibbled more kisses down her neck. His hand covered her breast and gently squeezed. She gasped in response. Wasn't this human enough? Maybe he was technically dead during the day, but oh, imagine the nights she could have with this man. But you know it can't last. Damn it. Was she going to argue with herself all night? Why couldn't she just enjoy this? She no longer feared he was going to bite her, so what was the problem? You're afraid you're falling in love. No. She could never allow herself to love him, but she couldn't stop her body from responding. The minute he circled her nipple with his thumb, it hardened. Oh, the hell with it, she muttered. He pulled back to look at her. His eyes were glowing hotly. Instead of frightening her, they excited her. She skimmed her hands around the back of his neck and threaded her fingers into his long, soft hair. Kiss me. This time, there was no inner argument. She held him close and kissed him with a hunger that matched his own. Their mouths opened. His tongue invaded. She welcomed it, suckling his tongue and stroking it with her own. He pulled her close so their chests were pressed against each other. His hand slipped under her shirt and up her back. The touch of his fingers against her bare skin was whisper-soft, yet shocked her with its raw power. She explored his mouth and tasted a metallic flavor. Blood. She drew back. She swallowed and tasted once again the blood from his last meal. Shouldn't she be horrified? He gave her a quizzical look, while his hands examined the back of her bra. Where are the bloody hooks? Ye pure lass, were ye born into this contraption? A small laugh escaped her, and with it, her heart cracked open and all her yearning broke free. This man wasn't horrifying. He was beautiful. Tears sprang to her eyes. It opens in the front. She pressed a hand to her chest. Here, over my heart. He studied her face. The red heat in his eyes faded to a warm glow that glimmered around his green irises. Christmas eyes. If only she could believe in miracles, that there could be a future between them. This can never work. He took her hand that guarded her heart and kissed each finger. I've been told that all things are possible with love. Was he saying he loved her? Or was he merely seducing her? A tear rolled down her cheek. God help her. The way she felt, seduction was very possible. Shh. He wiped her tear with his thumb, then kissed her damp cheek. I will never harm you. Ye have the official Angus oath. Smiling, she traced his strong jaw with her fingertips. We don't know what that is. He unbuttoned her shirt down the front. We'll figure it out as we go. And what is the punishment for breaking the official Angus oath? With a groan, he slid her off his lap and onto the couch. Having ye sit on my erection was punishment enough. He pushed her back onto a soft chenille pillow and stretched out beside her. I can hear your heart pounding, your blood rushing. He pressed the palm of her hand against the thin cotton covering his chest. Can ye feel my heart racing? Yes. She could, though her thoughts were dwelling more on the erection he'd just mentioned. Oh, Angus, where's the beef? He opened her shirt, then unhooked her bra and peeled each side back. Her nipples hardened while his gaze turned glowing hot once more. Pink, he whispered, and touched a hardened tip with his finger. She gasped as a small shudder tingled from her breasts down to her belly. Blue, he whispered, and traced the veins under her pale skin. He scooted down the couch a bit so his mouth was even with her breasts. She bemoaned the fact that his erection was now out of her reach, but quickly forgot that problem when his tongue circled her nipple. With a moan, she arched toward him. Delicious, he whispered, and drew her nipple into his mouth. Oh, she wove her fingers into his hair. He suckled one breast while his hand teased the other, rolling the nipple between his thumb and forefinger. She tugged at the strip of leather that held back his hair till it unraveled. His long auburn hair fell forward, tickling her breasts as he made love to her. His hand glided down her belly, setting her nerves to quivering. He stopped with his hand resting on the zipper of her black trousers. He glanced at her, his hair wild and his eyes red. May I give ye pleasure? Still a gentleman. Emma smiled, but his voice sounded gruff and his appearance was that of an untamed barbarian. She grabbed handfuls of his hair and pulled his head close to hers. Make me scream. His eyes gleamed hotter. Ye will, many times ere the night is over. She almost came then. She squeezed her thighs together, relishing the sweet ache that thrummed deep within her. With a moan, she closed her eyes. Sweetheart, do not start without me. In a flash, he had her pants unzipped and pulled down to her ankles. She kicked off her shoes and her trousers. He skimmed his fingers up her legs. I can smell your scent, he whispered as he drew little circles on the inside of her thigh. It tugs at my heart like the sweetest of perfumes. He leaned over to kiss her thigh. Emma's skin tingled. Her heart raced. Moisture pooled between her legs. He skimmed his hand beneath her red lace panties and gently explored the curls. Your first scream will come by my hand, the second one from my mouth. She gulped. He dipped a finger between the folds. She gasped and shuddered. You're as wet and fresh as the morning dew, he smiled. So ready for pleasure. I could phone this one in. Don't you dare. She raised her hips to press herself against him. Patience, sweetheart. He rolled her panties down her legs. Patience. Some of us don't have an eternity. She kicked her panties off and watched the red scrap of lace fly across the room. I'm still limited. When the sun... He paused, tilting his head as he studied her. Something wrong? He touched the bare, delicate skin next to her narrow strip of curls. I have never seen this style before. Oh, it's a bikini wax. Was she his first modern woman? She liked that thought. And she liked the idea of showing him how a modern woman approached sex. She raised one leg to rest her calf along the top of the sofa cushion. Then she lifted her other leg over his head and let it rest on his shoulder. His eyes widened at the sight she'd put on display. His jaw tensed. Suddenly, he shifted his gaze to the ceiling. Had she offended him by her boldness? Do you think I'm too beautiful? He squeezed his eyes shut I do not want to lose control. Oh. That sounded like a challenge. How she would love to drive him over the edge. Or maybe not. What did a vampire do if he lost control? He took a deep breath and opened his eyes. The red color had mellowed to a warm glow. He kissed her leg, hooked around his shoulder. A man could spend a lifetime learning every shape and curve of your body and count his life blessed. She sighed. If he kept that up, she'd climax without him even touching her. He skimmed his hand down her thigh, toward her center. She watched his hand approach closer and closer. It was no surprise, yet still she jolted when he finally touched her. Your folds are slick and swollen, engorged with blood. She shuddered as his fingertips outlined each fold. He circled her clitoris, then tweaked it with his thumb and forefinger. She cried out. Even this, he played with the nubbin. It has swollen with blood and turned red like the most beautiful of blushes. Tension spiked, and she writhed under his hand. Angus, I need to kiss you. He lowered her leg from his shoulder and stretched out beside her on the couch. Yes. She wrapped her arms around his neck. He kissed her thoroughly, then invaded her mouth at the same time he inserted a finger inside her. With a groan, her back arched. He stroked the roof of her mouth with his tongue, in rhythm to the stroking of his finger. Tension coiled inside her. He broke the kiss when her breathing grew too labored and turned his attention to her breasts. He drew her nipple into his mouth and gave it a tug, just as he pressed against her engorged nubbin. She cried out again. The tension rose abruptly, and she panted for air. He rubbed her faster and faster. Oh, God! She raised her hips to press against him. Oh, bugger. He looked up suddenly. What rotten timing. What? The room swirled around her. She screamed when all of the tension shattered. What the hell was that? A man's voice boomed from the foyer. Emma gasped, even while her body continued to throb with the most glorious shockwaves. No, it couldn't be. Not him. Was that Emma who screamed? The voice screeched. Good heavens, it was him. Her boss, Sean Whalen, was in the foyer. Angus placed a finger against her lips, as if she needed a reminder to be quiet. Release me, damn it! Sean yelled. One of your bloody vampires is torturing Emma. A softer voice replied, I cannot release you from your restraints until ye calm down. Calm down, Sean roared. I'll show you calm, you bastard, when I put a stake through your heart. He continued to shout while Emma gave Angus a frantic look. Bad enough for her to be caught half-naked by his vampire friends, but by her boss? This was a disaster. What on earth could she say? She was trying out a new interrogation technique? Angus enveloped her in his arms and whispered in her ear, Trust me. Everything went black. She was just becoming aware of her body again, and Angus's arms around her, when they both dropped a few feet and tumbled onto the floor with a muffled thud. Oof. She struggled to breathe. Where was she? Sorry about the rough landing. Angus released her and rose to his feet. It happens if ye teleport not standing up. She sat up and glanced around the dark room. Moonlight filtered through 3 narrow windows, giving just enough illumination to make out the shapes of furniture, like dark, squatting shadows surrounding her. Where was she? She scrambled to her feet, but the room spun around. Careful. Angus grabbed her to keep her from falling. Good heavens, she was standing in a strange room, half naked. She hoped no one else was here. Damn it, she couldn't see. It looked like Angus was peering under his kilt. What are you doing? He dropped his kilt. Nothing, a silly habit. Huh? She tamped down on a rising surge of panic. She could handle this. She'd been in sticky situations before. Of course, she'd always faced danger with her pants on before. She gritted her teeth. Where are we? 5th floor of the townhouse. Roman's office. What? Roman's here? She spun around, expecting his royal vampire highness to pop out from the shadows. He no longer lives here. I'm using these rooms now. You're perfectly safe. Safe? I don't think so. I'm feeling a bit breezy, if you know what I mean. Her voice rose higher. I'm half naked. He gave her shoulders a squeeze. But 'tis the good half. Not helping. She pulled away from him. I'm half naked and my clothes are on the ground floor. Duna fash. I'll fetch them for you. She began to pace. I'm half naked. My clothes are downstairs and my boss is down there. If he sees me or sees my clothes, I'll never work again. Relax. I'll take care of it. How? How can you possibly explain my underwear lying on the floor down there like a bright red beacon? It might as well have blinking neon lights. She continued to pace about in the dark. I'm so screwed. Not entirely, but I'm still hopeful. What? I'm half naked, my underwear is downstairs with my boss. Ouch! She collided with a piece of furniture. And I can't see. Emma, you're starting to panic. I'm in pain. She jumped up and down, rubbing her sore toes. And I'm half naked, and I can't see. I bet you can see just fine, can't you, you bloody super vamp? Emma? He grabbed her by the shoulders, led her to a long shadow, and sat her down. Stay right here. Take deep breaths, and I'll be right back with your clothes. He disappeared. Now she was alone, half naked, in pain, and couldn't see. She closed her eyes, took a big breath, and focused on regaining control. She was a professional, damn it. She'd faced the enemy many times and come through. She'd slain 4 vampires. She was woman. She was invincible. She opened her eyes and let her sight adjust to the darkness. She was sitting on some sort of couch that felt like velvet. Across from her was a large rectangular piece of furniture. A desk. Something glowed faintly on top. A computer monitor facing away from her. To her left were the windows. She hooked her bra together and buttoned her shirt. She circled the couch and headed slowly across the room. The carpet was thick beneath her bare feet. From the light of one window, she made out a bar. She reached a wall and found a doorknob. 2 doorknobs. She opened the double doors. More darkness. She felt along the wall and clicked on a light switch. The room was empty, thank goodness. A large bed dominated the room, covered with a tan suede comforter. Very masculine. Was this where Angus slept during the day? Or rather, lay there dead as a doornail? The enormity of her situation punched her in the chest. She'd been making love to a vampire. Oh, God. She turned away from the bed. The light from the bedroom made it possible to see the office. The furnishings looked like valuable antiques. The couch where she'd sat was more like an old-fashioned chaise with one curved arm. A maroon chenille throw lay draped over the raised end. She wrapped it around her waist like a skirt. She spotted a door and peered outside. The coast was clear. She stepped out and found herself on the top landing of the stairs. I'm not leaving here till I know she's safe, Sean's booming voice echoed up the stairwell. A man replied with a softer, calmer voice, but she couldn't make out the words. It seemed fairly certain, though, that Sean had to be in the foyer. That was good, if it meant he'd not been allowed into the living room where her clothes were lying about. But it was also bad, because there was no way she could get down the stairs without him seeing her. Maybe Angus could teleport her out. But that still didn't solve the problem with her clothes. With a silent groan, she padded back to the office. A chiming noise came from the computer. Email. Emma glanced back. She was alone. Of course, a vampire could teleport here in a second. She would have to be fast. She rounded the desk and saw that a new message had arrived. The message was from Mikhail. The subject, E. Wallace's parents. Her heart stuttered. Her parents. She clicked the message open. Still investigating the murders of E. Wallace's parents. attaching a list of all known malcontents in Moscow during that summer. Emma's heart raced as she opened the attachment. A list of 18 names appeared. She recognized only one name, Ivan Petrovsky, and he was already dead. Of the remaining 17, 2 had to be her parents' murderers. 17 vampires. Could she kill that many? Did she have any choice? She clicked on print and straightened. "Did you find something useful?" Angus asked softly. Chapter 14. The fleeting look of guilt on Emma's face did little to soothe the pain twisting in Angus's gut. How could she? How could she writhe under his touch, scream with pleasure, then spy on him at the first chance? As the whir of the printer started, Emma raised her chin defiantly. "This is information about my parents. You said you would share it with me." "Did a message arrive from my operative in Moscow?" "If you're referring to Mikhail, yes. Then apparently you're more up-to-date than I am." "Why shouldn't I be? They're my parents." "And that was my email on my computer." He dropped her clothes and backpack on the red velvet chaise. "I hope ye have your cell phone here somewhere." It certainly hadn't been on her body. He'd explored every inch of that. "It's in my backpack. Why?" She removed the paper from the printer. He tamped down on the anger growing inside him. "Sean Whalen will be calling ye any second now. He's downstairs and refuses to leave until he knows you're all right. He thinks I'm holding you prisoner and torturing you." "Oh." A light blush dusted her cheeks. The Afghan around her waist loosened, and she dropped the paper on the desk to adjust her makeshift skirt. "What did you tell him?" Angus gritted his teeth. She was so damned lovely when she blushed. "I lied. I told him I'd taken ye home." A jangling sound came from her backpack. She dashed around the desk to the chaise and unzipped her backpack. The phone continued its annoying musical phrase. "Shit," she muttered as she rummaged through the backpack. The Afghan slipped just as she located her phone. He caught the Afghan around her hips. "Thanks," she breathed, then opened her phone. "Hello?" Angus yanked the Afghan off. Her mouth opened with indignation. "Oh, hello, Sean." She spoke into the phone while giving Angus an annoyed look. He stepped back, dropped the Afghan on the desk, and picked up the paper she'd printed. "I'm fine," she glowered at Angus. "Perfectly dandy." He leaned against the desk, examining the list of names Mikhail had sent. They were all malcontents who had been in Moscow the summer Emma's parents had been murdered. Angus wondered if he'd overreacted to her snooping. It was natural for her to be curious about her parents. How could she have resisted such a message? He could hear Sean Whalen's strident voice on the other end of Emma's phone. "No, he didn't harm me." She smoothed down the tail ends of her shirt as if to make sure all her private parts were covered. When she glanced up, Angus winked at her. She made a face and turned her back to him. He cocked his head, admiring the sweet curve where her upper thighs met her rounded arse. A man didn't need to be undead to want to sink his teeth into that glorious flesh. "He took me home using teleportation." Emma continued to talk to Sean. "No, I'm fine. I felt a little woozy, but that's all. And they took Garrett home too. What happened to you?" Angus winced as he heard Sean's tirade on evil experiments, his victimized daughter, and the demon baby she would deliver in a few days. Emma glanced back at Angus with a worried look. "I don't know what to say, Sean. We can only hope for the best." She leaned over to examine the clothes Angus had deposited on the chaise. He tilted his head more to the side. What a view. "There's nothing more you can do right now." She leaned over more. "I'm sure they'll let you go. They let me go." Angus tilted more. Good God. He could see heaven. "All right, goodbye." She closed her phone and dropped it in the backpack. "Sean says the Scotsman is escorting him to his car, but there's another problem. I can't find my underwear." She glanced back, then straightened with a jerk. Angus straightened. Her cheeks blushed. She tugged at her shirt tails. Your eyes are red again. I saw a vision. You saw my ass. Where's my underwear? I saw a vision of beauty. I saw our future. A pained look crossed her face. We have no future. You know that. He stepped toward her. I know I promised to make you scream several times, and I'm a man of my word. I release you from that promise. 'Tis know what ye want? We don't always get what we want. She snatched her pants up and began putting them on. What were ye going to do with this list? Were you planning to kill all 17? She turned her back to him to zip up her pants. If you want to help me, I'd appreciate it. And if I dunna help ye? She glanced at him, frowning. I have to do it. My father's last words to me were, avenge us. Then ye did witness the murders. That's how you knew about vampires. She sat on the chaise. A part of me died that night with them. Lass, revenge is no going to bring your parents back. It's not revenge, it's justice. He picked up the list of names. I know most of these men. They're the worst assassins in the vampire world. She was trying to kill her grief with violence. He recognized the signs. He'd done it himself after his wife's rejection. Emma stuffed her feet into her shoes. I've come too far to give up now. Everything I have done and learned for the past 6 years has led me to this moment. Then it has all led you to me. Her eyes widened. I don't believe in fate. We make our own choices in life. And you have chosen to trust me. Please, Emma, do not go after these men. You do not need to slay every dragon in the world to prove your love. Your parents know you love them. She looked away, clenching her fists. Let me find the 2 who are responsible. She met his eyes. And then? I'll help you find the justice you need. In the meantime, I'll transfer 2 of my employees here and have them watch over Central Park. I thought you and I were going to police the park. She actually looked disappointed. Would she miss him? We will until my employees arrive. I cannot stay here indefinitely. I have to find Casimir. He's growing an evil army, and if there's another war, many will die. He pushed away from the desk and strode toward her. Imagine an army of over 500 malcontents, all feeding off mortals every night, then killing them because they know too much. 'Twill be a massacre. Her face paled. Is that what happened with the first war? Aye. The battle raged on for 3 nights. A dozen villages in Hungary were destroyed. A few mortals escaped, and their tales spawned some of the legends you still hear today. Stories of evil vampires? Aye. He sat on the chaise beside her. That was long before synthetic blood. Both sides had to feed off humans. Both sides were killing. Although we tried never to kill mortals, we probably appeared as evil as the enemy. If there's another war, will you be the general? Aye. She winced. I hate to think of you in so much danger. Hopefully, it will not come to that. Do you want me to tell Sean about this? I could tell him that we talked before you took me home. From what I've seen of your boss, I doubt he'll believe any of this. She sighed. He hates vampires with a passion. I don't know why. Ye have cause to hate too, but ye believe me. Smiling, she touched his cheek. I like you too much. He took her hand and kissed the palm. There was no such thing as too much. He wanted it all. Where shall I teleport you? Your apartment or Austin Erickson's? I've been meaning to ask you. How do you know about Austin? He works for me. Her mouth dropped open. I thought he was constructing something in Malaysia. He and his wife, Darcy, are in Eastern Europe, helping with the search for Casimir. Emma's eyes widened. Austin married the vampire director of a reality show? She's no longer a vamp. She's no longer dead? No longer undead. 'Tis a long story, but Roman was able to change her back. You're kidding. There's a cure? Emma gave him an incredulous look. Why don't more of you change back? He gritted his teeth. Maybe some of us like being the way we are. Oh, she winced. I didn't mean to offend you. He arched a brow. Being undead comes with some valuable talents. Being mortal does too. I have quite a few mortals working for me. Ye have the advantage of daylight. So Austin is still fighting vampires. The bad ones, aye. Angus tilted his head. Ye could work for me. I'd hire ye in a second. Her mouth dropped open again. You would hire me after I tried to kill you? Somehow I was under the impression while ye were climaxing in my arms that ye'd gotten over your ill feelings. Her cheeks tinted pink. It is true that I no longer harbor any ill will toward you. Your kindness is overwhelming, but ye seemed downright happy when ye were shuddering and screaming and— All right, she held up a hand. But that's a very good reason why I shouldn't work for you. People would suspect that we were a bit involved, and that's never— A bit involved? He motioned toward the bedroom. If Connor hadn't returned with your boss, we'd be in there right now, tupping like rabbits. She scoffed. That's not true. She glanced at the bedroom. I might have said no. When? He moved closer. Would ye have said no after I kissed every inch of your beautiful body? Or would ye have waited till I made ye scream for a second or third time? She pressed her hands to her reddened cheeks. Please, I can't. What? He held her by the shoulders. She closed her eyes and whispered, I can't love you. The words slammed into him like a thunderbolt. He released her and moved back. His heart squeezed in his chest. The devil take it. He wanted her love. When the hell had that happened? She looked so miserable. Bugger. I'm sorry. I'll take ye home. She nodded, refusing to look at him. He handed her the backpack. Which apartment? Mine. I've teleported there before. I remember the way. He stood next to her, his arms opening. I have to hold you. I understand. She stood stiffly as he embraced her. Ye need to hold on. Once she'd placed her hands on his shoulders, he closed his eyes and concentrated. When their bodies wavered, her fingers tensed and she clung to him. In a few seconds, they arrived in her small living room. As soon as she was solid, she released him. She dropped her backpack on the love seat. When will your men be able to guard Central Park? In a night or two. Most of them are working undercover right now in Eastern Europe, so there's a problem with the time difference in locating them. And I'll have to do some shuffling around to make sure my clients are still protected. Then tomorrow you and I will patrol the park? Aye. But ye must understand, Emma, we cannot kill the malcontents at this time. It would only serve to push the vampire world into a war we do not want. She nodded. All right. As long as the humans are protected, I'll meet you at the stone bridge by the pond at 9 o'clock. I'll be there. He extended his hand. Allies? He wanted to say lovers, but this would have to do for now. She shook his hand briefly, then let go. Allies. Chapter 15. He was going to be late. Emma checked her watch once again. 2 minutes till 9, and he was nowhere in sight. Granted, her eyesight wasn't nearly as good as his in the dark, moonlit surroundings of Central Park. She could always reach out to him psychically, but she really didn't want him inside her head. He was already too much in her heart. She leaned her elbows on the bridge's stone wall and surveyed the area around the pond. No men in kilts. He could be wearing trousers, though. The rascal looked equally gorgeous in both. Her gaze zeroed in on a young man in the distance, wearing jeans and a sweatshirt. No, not Angus. There was no mistaking his broad shoulders and long auburn hair. There was simply no one like him. Her heart grew heavy. Why couldn't he be human? 50 years from now, he would have forgotten all about her. She'd be one of many humans who had come and gone, swept away like the dead leaves of autumn. God help her. She wanted to be different. She wanted to be special to him. She wanted to be loved. Her heart sank lower. Why couldn't she be attracted to a normal guy? Ha! Who on earth would be attracted to a normal guy when Angus was around? His old-fashioned sense of honor and gentlemanly behavior touched her heart. He was the hero of a young girl's fantasies, strong, brave, dependable, intelligent. But he was also a grown woman's fantasy, sexy, aggressive, and a little bit dangerous. How could she resist such a man? "Good evening." She turned with a gasp. "I didn't see you coming." "Ye were deep in thought." Thinking about him. Thank God she could block her mind from him. Even so, she realized the warmth invading her cheeks betrayed her innermost thoughts. Angus looked gorgeous as usual. He was wearing the blue and green plaid kilt. His hunter green socks matched his sweater. The hilt of a knife shone above his right sock. The leather straps crossing his chest could only mean his claymore was on his back. She cleared her throat. "You came prepared." "As did you." "Yes." She hitched her bag of steaks higher on her shoulder. "Thank you for coming." He smiled slowly. Too gorgeous. A feeling of awkwardness nettled her. "Shall we?" He extended his hand. Did he expect her to hold his hand? Or was he merely motioning for her to start walking? Too awkward. She headed north, leaving the bridge behind. He strolled beside her, close beside her. For a big man, he moved very quietly. She adjusted her bag to hear the comforting rattle of steaks break the silence. Why was he being so quiet? She tried to think of something normal to talk about. "So, do you always wear the same plaid?" "'Tis the Mackay tartan. Ye do not like my kilts." "Oh, I do. I just wondered if you had more than one." She winced. "Brilliant. Why not insult the man?" "I mean, more than one style." He smiled. "I have actually acquired quite a few clothes over the centuries." Several centuries of fashion stuffed into one closet? It was mind-boggling. "You mean, you still have wigs and waistcoats and lacy shirts?" "Aye, stashed away somewhere in my castle." Her mouth dropped open. His castle? Good heavens, how could anyone have a normal conversation with Angus Mackay? He was fascinating. His hand brushed against hers as they walked. She thought about moving a bit to the right, out of his reach, but she didn't. It would be too obvious and more awkward. "You'll be able to hear an attack anywhere in the park?" "Aye, just to be safe. I asked Connor to patrol the northern half." "That's good. We'll have backup if we need it." "Aye." His hand lingered close to hers. Her heart beat faster. "It seems odd that we just met last Friday night." "Aye." He entwined his fingers with hers. Her heart welled with longing. "This is only our 5th night together." "When ye've lived as long as I have, you realize how relative time is. I've endured centuries that passed in the blink of an eye, as if I were barely breathing." He stopped and faced her. "Or I can experience an entire lifetime in the span of a few nights. All the hope and passion that makes life worth living, 'tis suddenly surrounding me like a gift from God." "Oh, Angus." Then she was different. She was special. "We canna deny what is happening to us, Emma." She released his hand. "I don't deny it, but we also can't deny that there's no chance for us." "Emma?" "No." She held up a hand. "I don't want to be one of a long line of human girlfriends. I feel special to you right now, just as I am, and I need to leave it that way. I want to be able to say goodbye when you go with my heart still full, not drained and desolate." Can you understand? Nay. For one thing, you're assuming a sad ending. How could it possibly be anything else but sad? We're from two different worlds. He frowned. We're more alike than you think. And there has never been a long line of mortal girlfriends. You fed off human women for centuries. You told me you left them all very satisfied. That sounds like a long line of lovers to me. That was survival. That was me given back to faceless women I cannot remember, so I wouldna feel guilty for stealing their blood. Ye are different, Emma. I dunna need ye in order to survive, but surviving is no the same as living, or the same as feeling human again. I am alive when I'm with you. Ye feed my soul. She stared at him, unblinking. Good heavens, what could she say to this? Take me, I'm yours? He turned his head to the side. I heard a scream. She listened carefully but heard nothing. This way. He motioned for her to follow. She jogged alongside him, going north. I don't hear anything. They'll have control of their victim by now. There will be no more screams. After several minutes, he halted. We're close now, he whispered. Your stakes are making noise. She removed the bag from her shoulder and wrapped the stakes tightly together. Better? She cradled them against her chest. He nodded and placed a finger to his lips. She followed him quietly as he left the brick pathway and headed through a grove of trees. The moonlight barely pierced through the canopy of budding leaves overhead. The air grew more chill. Angus became a large shadow that she trailed closely. A breeze ruffled the leaves and brought the sound of a male voice. Hey, man, leave some for me. Emma's skin prickled with goose flesh. Angus was moving very slowly now. She glanced around nervously, hoping all the dark shapes around them were only trees. Shit! What are you doing? The same voice complained loudly. That's no way to treat a woman. I wouldn't treat a hoe like that. Quiet, you fool, another voice hissed. Hey, feeding is one thing, but you're killing her. That just ain't right. Angus drew Emma alongside him so she could see the clearing in front of them. Moonlight gleamed off a huge granite boulder, tinting the clearing with ghostly shades of gray. A male vampire, dressed in black, had a woman pinned to the ground. She looked silvery pale in the moonlight. Her eyes were black and glassy. The only color was the red blood oozing from twin punctures on her neck. A second vampire, a black man dressed in torn blue jeans and a gray hooded sweatshirt, paced nervously close by. Shit, man, I hate this. The first vampire sank his fangs into the woman's neck once again. Emma flinched. The woman would never survive a second bite. Angus held her arm to keep her from moving forward. Cut it out, bro! The black vampire jumped about, trying to get the other vampire's attention. You're sucking her dry! She's gonna die! In a flash, Angus zoomed into the clearing. Drawing his claymore, he pricked the first vampire in the neck. Release her! Emma flipped her bag open and retrieved a stake. What the hell? The black vampire moved away. Emma jumped into the clearing and blocked his escape. She pointed her stake at his heart. Stay right where you are. Shit! The black vampire stared at her, then at Angus. Who the hell are you? The first vampire rose slowly to his feet. Blood dripped from his distended fangs. He backed away, but Angus followed him, his sword aimed at the evil vampire's heart. This park is under my protection, Angus growled. Ye will do no more killing here. I remember you. The evil vampire spoke with a Russian accent. You were at the ball last year at Romatek. You crushed Ivan's watch. You are Angus McKay. So now you're following orders from Katya? Angus asked softly. Did she ask you to kill for her? I would do anything for her. Then tell her this, Alec. When the vampire flinched, Angus continued. I know who ye are. Ye were an errand boy for Ivan Petrovsky, and now you're doing Katya's dirty work. Emma glanced at the injured woman. How long were these guys going to chat while she lay there bleeding to death? I'll call an ambulance. Alec gasped when he looked at her.
You're the one I saw before. You killed Vladimir.
Emma swallowed hard. This was the vampire who had gotten away last summer, the only one who knew who she was.
I was right. Alec glared at her. The Slayer is a mortal woman.
He glanced at Angus.
But you're helping her, aren't you?
Angus. Emma gave him a pleading look. If this vampire lived, he would tell all the malcontents that she and Angus were working together. He charged at Alec, but just before his sword could make contact, Alec vanished.
Nay.
Angus's sword impaled a tree.
The devil take it.
He ripped his sword loose.
Damn,
the black vampire muttered.
Who are you guys? The vampire popo?
Angus strode toward the black vampire, scowling.
Do not move.
The vampire raised his hands in surrender.
You the man. I don't mess with no brother with a 3-foot blade.
While Angus pointed his claymore at the black vampire's heart, Emma rushed to the injured woman. She's dying. We have to help her.
I've called Connor mentally.
He should be here. Angus stopped when Connor appeared beside him. Connor quickly surveyed the scene. His eyes flashed with anger when he saw the injured woman. He glowered at the black vampire.
Ye bastard! I should throttle you.
I didn't do it, the black vampire shouted.
I know. I always tell the popo I didn't do it, but this time I really mean it. I didn't get a drop out of her. I'm still starving.
He glanced at Emma with a speculative look. She glared back. Don't even think about it.
Connor, can you take the woman to Romatech?
Angus asked. Roman can save her. Then you can remove her memory and take her home.
Will do.
Connor gathered the woman in his arms, then vanished.
Where's everybody going?
The black vampire asked.
Who are you?
Angus stepped toward him. He backed up.
I'll be a damned shish kebab if you come any closer with that supersized switchblade. I've already died once this week, and I don't want to go through that again.
Ye were transformed this last week?
Yeah, that psycho Russian dude did it to me. I was minding my own business, and business was good, if you know what I mean. I had a fine reputation. I had it going on. Then that son of a bitch Alec came along.
You were selling drugs?
Emma moved toward him. Now, ain't that just the way? The black vampire frowned at her. Just because I'm a brother, you assume I'm trafficking.
Were you? She asked.
He shrugged. A man's gotta make a living. Look, girlfriend, I ain't got nothing against you, but I'm starving and you're smelling really sweet. Touch her and ye die, Angus growled. Whoa, bro. He lifted both hands in surrender. I didn't realize you were, interested in those of a female persuasion with that skirt you're wearing, and... Enough!
Angus slid his claymore back into its sheath.
Drink this. He opened his sporran and removed his flask.
Nice purse, the black vampire muttered.
I know a guy who can get you a designer one real cheap.
Angus gritted his teeth.
'Tis not a purse. Whatever you say, man. The black vampire accepted the flask. This ain't no poison, is it? You know, that's why those bastards killed me. They're making some kind of vampire poison.
'Tis safe. Drink, Angus ordered.
Vampire poison?
Emma asked.
Nightshade, Angus muttered. Yeah, that's what they called it.
The vampire sniffed at the contents of the flask.
Whoa, this smells good. What is this shit?
Blisky.
A mixture of synthetic blood and Scotch whiskey.
Ah, now Emma understood why she'd smelled whiskey on Angus's breath that first night. She waited for the black vampire to finish his drink. And waited. She glanced at Angus. His mouth twitched.
Apparently our guest is very hungry.
Ooh-wee!
The black vampire wiped his mouth. That's some good shit. He upended the flask again, but it was empty. You got any more of this? We have dozens of bottles at home, Angus answered, and we can get more whenever we like. No shit. You know, those damned Russians don't have anything to eat at their house. They go out every freaking night to attack people. I told them They should be attacking the local blood bank, and storing up some snacks at their crib. But would they listen to me? No. You do not wish to harm people? Hell no, I ain't no killer. He winked at Emma. I'm more of a lover, you understand. You're not exactly a law-abiding citizen, Emma reminded him. I gotta make a living. I have people depending on me. What is your name? Angus asked. Phineas McKinney. McKinney? Phineas shrugged. The brothers used to call me Master Finn. He raised his chin defiantly. Now I wish to be called Dr. Fang. Angus arched a brow. Emma dropped her steak back into her bag. Why would the Russians transform you? Phineas frowned and shuffled his feet. They wanted easy access to some drugs. The queen bitch is making that poison. You mean Katya? Emma asked. Yeah, Her Royal Highness Biatch. Phineas waved a hand in the air. She had her evil minion kill me. Then she acts like she's done me some big favor. Made me sleep on the floor in her basement like some kind of dog. And when I tried to go back to my family, she threatened to kill them all. I'm so sorry, Emma whispered. We've stayed here long enough. Angus retrieved his cell phone from his sporran. Alec could return with a dozen malcontents. We'll teleport to the townhouse. Phineas winced. I ain't very good at that teleporting. I'll take you. Angus punched in a number on his phone. Ian, you wanted advance warning. This is it. I'm coming in with 2. He dropped his phone back into his sporran, then wrapped one arm around Emma and pulled her close. Then he motioned for Phineas to approach. Phineas gave him a wary look. "'Tis either us or the malcontents," Angus told him. "Do you want to spend an eternity attacking the innocent just to survive?" Phineas took a hesitant step forward. "But I don't even know you, man." "I'm Angus McKay." He grasped Phineas around the shoulders. "You've made the right decision." Phineas snorted. "Maybe I'm just coming for the blisky." Everything went black, but only for a few seconds. Emma's feet landed solidly in the foyer of Roman's townhouse. Ian was standing by the staircase, his weapon drawn. His gaze passed over her, clearly not seeing her as a threat, then focused on Phineas. "Who are you?" He marched toward Phineas, raising his sword. "Shit!" Phineas ducked behind Angus. "What's with you guys and the swords?" "'Tis all right, Ian," Angus said. "I brought him here on purpose." Ian nodded. "I had to make sure he hadn't coerced ye somehow." He slid his claymore back into its sheath. Phineas peeked around Angus. "You know, you guys wouldn't have to act so macho all the time if you weren't wearing those skirts. It's called compensation, you know." Ian grimaced. "Are ye certain I canna skewer him?" "Nay," Angus patted Phineas on the back. "He's going to stay here for a while." Ian gave him a dubious look. "Who are ye, exactly?" Phineas lifted his chin. "I'm Dr. Fang." "Oh." Ian's eyes widened. "You're here for Shanna, then." "Shanna who?" "Shanna Dragonesti," Ian said. "She's having a baby." "I didn't do it," Phineas stepped back, raising his hands. "I don't even know a Shanna." Emma laughed. "You're no the father," Angus growled. "That's what I always say," Phineas planted his hands on his hips. "But does anyone ever believe me? No." "We believe you." Angus turned to Ian. "He's no a real doctor. His title is somewhat honorary in nature." "That's right," Phineas nodded. "That's me. I'm honorary." "And he's working for me now," Angus announced. Phineas blinked. "I am?" "He is?" Ian looked skeptical. Emma smiled. Tonight had given her an excellent opportunity to watch Angus in action. She liked what she saw. He was a noble and kind-hearted man. He folded his arms over his chest, studying Phineas. "Can ye fight, lad?" "What do you think? I'm from the Bronx." "Ye must follow our rules," Angus continued. "And the main rule is ye can never harm a mortal again. No biting. Ye'll take your meals from a bottle." Can you do that? Hell yeah. Phineas looked at Ian. Hey, you got any more of that Blisky around here? I'm still hungry. No more Blisky tonight, Angus ordered. Ian, bring him a warm bottle of Type-O. Sure. Ian strode to the kitchen. Phineas wandered around the foyer. You all stay here? I'm just visiting, Angus explained. Connor, Ian, and Dougal live here. Ye can live here too. No shit? Phineas's eyes lit up. He peeked into the library. Cool. I expect you to work for me. In exchange for room and board, I get it. Phineas peered into the living room. Whoa, what a mother of widescreen TVs. Do you get the nicks? You'll be working under Connor, and you'll be paid twice a month. Phineas spun around to stare at Angus. Paid? Like real paychecks? Aye. Phineas's mouth dropped open. No one's ever offered me a real job before. Angus regarded him sternly. Dunna make me regret it. No, I'll be cool. I need a job. I have family that depends on me. I can send them some money, right? Of course, but ye canna tell them what ye have become or what kind of work you're doing. Believe me, they will not understand. I kinda figured that. Phineas's eyes glistened with tears. I have a little brother and sister. They're staying with my aunt, but she's got diabetes real bad, so she can't work. They all depend on me, and I've been real worried about them. You have no parents? Emma asked. Phineas shook his head. My mom died of AIDS, and my dad ran off when I was little. I've been worried sick about my family. They don't know what happened to me, and those damned Russians wouldn't let me go. Angus nodded. Ian can drive ye home for a wee visit. He removed a wad of bills from his sporran. This is an advance on your first paycheck. Leave it with your family, for I cannot guarantee how often you can go back to see them. That's cool, brother. Phineas accepted the cash. Ian came back with a bottle of blood, which he passed to Phineas. I'm Ian McPhee. I still do not know your real name. Phineas McKinney. He took a swig from the bottle. Ian blinked. McKinney? Angus smiled. Apparently he's Scottish. Ian studied him with narrowed eyes. I've known a few McKinneys over the years, but they never looked like him. Angus shrugged. He's one of us now. After you drive him home for a wee visit, you need to start his training. What training? Phineas gulped down more blood. Martial arts and fencing, Angus replied. Oh, hell, brother. I already know how to fence things. Ian laughed. We mean sword fighting. Phineas's mouth dropped open. You mean I get one of those gargantuan mother switchblades? A claymore, aye. Ian grabbed Phineas by the arm and led him to the front door. You'll be a warrior just like us. Cool. Phineas glanced back at Angus before leaving. But I ain't wearing no skirt. Emma laughed as the door shut. You're a sweet man, Angus McKay. He snorted. I didn't help him entirely out of kindness. The malcontents outnumber us, and Roman is opposed to transforming more honorable vampires. It puts us in a bind. I see, Emma nodded, then smiled. But I still think you're sweet. He'd seen a goodness in Phineas that many would have overlooked. Angus stepped closer to her. So ye find me attractive, do ye? Yes, and I trust you. What a huge change in just a few days. Only Angus could have managed that. He held her by the shoulders. Then trust me on this. You're in grave danger. I want you to spend the night with me. Chapter 16. Somehow Emma didn't feel that a night alone with Angus McKay would be entirely danger-free. But it would definitely be exciting. It's not as bad as you think. Angus frowned at her. Alec knows you're the Slayer. No doubt he's told Katya by now, and they're looking to murder you. Maybe, but they don't know my name or where I live. Until they figure that out, I'm relatively safe. Relatively is no good enough. They know you're mortal and easy to kill. They know I'm helping you.
All the more reason for us to separate.
Nay, he gently squeezed her shoulders. I will not leave you unprotected.
She fought the urge to melt into his arms. It's not that I don't appreciate your concern. You're very kind.
Kind my arse. 'Tis more a case of pride and stubbornness. I'm determined to keep you safe, lass, and I will not be thwarted. I'm a man of my word.
An honorable medieval knight in shining armor. He was so irresistible. She could almost forget about his undead status. Almost, but not quite. She touched his cheek. I know you're an honorable man, but I don't think I should be alone with you.
You're not alone, a strange voice muttered.
With a gasp, Emma spun around. 2 men were standing by the staircase. Very handsome men. One was wearing a kilt. She recognized him as Robbie from Paris. The other man was wearing an expensive suit and a knowing smirk. They must have teleported in. The answering machine was on. Robbie dropped his cell phone into his sporran.
We heard you needed help, Angus.
Indeed. The suited one smiled slowly as his gaze swept over Emma. I can see your hands are full. She blushed. Was there no privacy at all in the vampire world? At least tonight she was fully dressed. She strengthened her mental firewall to block all attempts at telepathy. Thank you for coming. Angus strode toward the front door and punched a button on the security panel. Then he approached the visitors and patted Robbie on the back. Thank you for coming, but are ye leaving Jean-Luc unguarded? Robbie shrugged.
He insisted he didn't need a nursemaid, and ye needed me more. He bowed to Emma. How do ye do, Miss Wallace?
I'm fine, thank you. Emma adjusted the strap to her bag on her shoulder. The stakes rattled. Robbie blinked. The one in a suit smiled.
La Signorina likes to live dangerously.
Emma recognized his voice as the first one who had spoken. His Italian accent was faint, but still there. Angus motioned toward him.
This is Jack from Venice.
He rolled his eyes.
Angus is always trying to anglicise me. I am Giacomo di Venezia.
With a snort, Angus glanced at Emma.
If he tells ye his family name is Casanova, do not believe it.
Ah, Giacomo placed a hand over his heart.
You wound me, old friend. He bowed to Emma. Consider me at your service, Signorina.
Who were these guys? Rob Roy and Casanova? Emma couldn't believe how much her life had changed in just a few nights. It was enough to drive her to drinking Blisky, sans blood.
Any news about the search for Casimir?
Angus asked. The latest rumors indicate he's somewhere in Eastern Europe, Robbie answered.
We can rule out Poland, Giacomo added. I was just there with Sultan and his men. We found a village that experienced a number of unexplained sudden deaths a month ago. We believe he was there, but has moved south. Then we're catching up with him. Good.
Angus nodded.
Meanwhile, I have an assignment for you here. Can we eat first? I've been working for over 8 hours now, and I'm starving.
Giacomo's dark eyes glimmered as he gazed at Emma.
She glared back.
Angus shook his head.
Do not tease her, Jack. She has stakes, and she's not afraid to use them.
He chuckled.
I hear Roman's new drink is excellent. Aye, Blisky. This way.
Angus led the 2 men into the kitchen, while he explained about the murders in Central Park. Emma stood alone in the foyer for a few seconds, then decided she might as well go into the kitchen, too. She pushed open the swinging door.
You'll be keeping the park safe every night.
Angus stood at the kitchen counter pouring Blisky into glasses. While Robbie and Giacomo asked questions, Emma surveyed the kitchen. Refrigerator, microwave, pristine stovetop. Obviously, no one did any real cooking here. Her gaze wandered toward the table and did a double take when she spotted red lace. Her mouth fell open. Her underwear? She glanced back at the trio of vampire men. They were busy with their blisky, drinking and praising it in all its gory glory. She edged toward the table, then making sure she blocked their view, she plopped her bag of steaks on top of her panties. "Emma?" She whirled around at the sound of Angus's voice. "Yes? Would you like something to drink? We have some soft drinks, and I still remember how to make a cup of tea." "Cola's fine. Something diet, please." She circled the table to sit facing them, then rested her hands on top of her bag. Slowly, she dragged it toward her. When Angus turned his back to open the refrigerator, she slid the bag to the edge of the table. The red panties fell into her lap. A piece of paper fluttered to the floor. She leaned to the side to see where it landed. "So you've managed to kill 4 malcontents." Giacomo approached the table. She slapped a hand over the red underwear in her lap. "Yes, I have." "Amazing." The Italian vamp sat across from her and set his drink on the table. "A mortal killing vampires. You must be fearless." "Emma is very cool under pressure." Angus filled a glass with ice. "Oh, right, very cool. She only went berserk the night before when she discovered herself in a strange place with no underwear." "Well, she is a Wallace," Robbie observed. She doubted her famous ancestor had ever tried to hide red underwear. She set her bag in her lap, then slipped the panties inside. She reached down to retrieve the paper that had landed by her chair. "Did you drop something?" Giacomo asked. "No." She grabbed the paper and then straightened, slipping it also into her bag. "Just a mosquito bite on my leg. Itches like crazy." "Bloodsuckers." Giacomo smiled slowly. "Don't you just hate them?" Did he really expect a response to that? She frowned at him. "I hear some of them carry disease." He laughed. "I like her, Angus." "Ye'll like her from a distance," Angus muttered as he set a Diet Cola in front of Emma. With a grin, Giacomo raised his glass. "To amore." He drained his glass dry. "Miss Wallace, may I ask how ye slayed the malcontents?" Robbie strode toward her. "Did ye use a sword, or one of your stakes?" "Steak." Emma gulped down some cola. "May I see your stakes?" She coughed, then cleared her throat. I'd rather not." Angus snorted. "Ye were never too shy to show them to me. I had to destroy a few that came too close for comfort." Giacomo laughed. "She tried to kill you?" He leaned forward to peek at her bag. "They must be terrifying." "Nay, I'll show you." In a flash, Angus grabbed the bag from Emma's lap. He opened it, looked inside, and blinked. He dipped his head for a closer look. Giacomo stood, smiling. "What is it? Have you discovered her secret weapon?" "Nay, a souvenir." Angus stuck his hand into the bag. Emma winced. "Here you go." Angus slapped 2 steaks onto the table. "Souvenirs from the Slayer." He returned Emma's bag to her lap. She sighed with relief. She should have known he would be a gentleman. Robbie and Giacomo each picked up a steak to examine it. Robbie shook his head. "Too small. I prefer my claymore." He dropped the steak into his sporran. "And I'll rely on my dagger." Giacomo slipped his souvenir into a jacket pocket. "We should be on our way." He bowed to Emma. "A pleasure to meet you, Signorina." "Likewise." Emma stood, clasping her bag to her chest. "Thank you both for protecting the park." She waited for both men to leave the room, then sat down with a relieved sigh. Angus retrieved his glass of blisky from the counter and took a long drink. "How did your knickers get into your bag?" She gave him an aggravated look. "They were prominently displayed on the kitchen table for the entire world to see. I had to hide them somewhere. That reminds me." She removed the paper from her bag. There was a note on the table, too. Angus strode toward her, his hand outstretched. "That's probably for me." She glowered at him. "My knickers, my note." She unfolded the paper. He waggled his fingers in a gimme gesture. "'Tis my note, and I claim your knickers as spoils of war." She snorted. She was too irritated to give him the note, even though it was clearly addressed to him. "Don't tell me you collect women's underwear." "Only yours, love." He leaned over the table, "and only if I've had the pleasure of removing it myself." Did he realize he'd just called her love? Or was it simply a common word to him, like it was to many British? Although she couldn't recall him using the word before. He snatched the paper from her hands. "Hey!" She stood, slamming her bag on the table. The rascal had probably said the L word just to distract her, and worse, it had worked. She was getting in way too deep. She should just take her underwear and leave. But her curiosity got the better of her. She sidled up beside him to read the note. "Angus, Phil found these unders in the living room and asked which of us he should congratulate. We need to talk. Connor." Brilliant. Emma groaned. Connor knew about them. Who was Phil? One of the daytime guards. Angus wadded up the paper and tossed it into the litter bin. "'Twill be easier for me to protect ye if ye live here." Move in with a vampire? Was he crazy? "I appreciate your concern, Angus, but I don't expect you to protect me. I got myself into this mess, so it's my problem." "I will not be brushed aside." He tilted his head, studying her. "Your pulse is racing." "Thanks for the reminder." She squeezed her hands into fists, then slowly relaxed them. "Living here is out of the question. If Sean sees me, he'll fire me and blacklist me from any other job I would ever want." "Then ye can work for me. Whatever your salary is, I'll double it." Her mouth dropped open, then snapped shut. "That's not the point." "Actually, it is. You could help us find Casimir, and that's a damned sight more important than any work you're doing for Sean Whalen. What is he accomplishing? He's wasting everyone's time hunting for his daughter when she's perfectly safe and happy." His eyes narrowed. "Your heart is pounding. I can hear it." She gritted her teeth. "I don't need the play-by-play commentary on my bodily functions. I only mention it because you're struggling with yourself, and 'tis not necessary." She crossed her arms. "You think I should just give in to you, live with you, work for you, and do everything your way? 'Twould be easier, aye." Caveman. It was too much like total surrender, and she couldn't do it. "I have my own life to live." "But your mission is to protect mortals and kill evil vampires. In the end, your mission is the same as mine." He took her gently by the shoulders. "Ye dinna see how alike we are?" "No, what I see is you would be the boss and I would be the employee. You're the immortal vampire and I'm the lowly mortal. You're faster and stronger than me. Good heavens, you even own a castle, while I have a little rundown cottage. Ye want a bigger house?" "No, I want to feel more equal. There's an imbalance of power between us that I cannot—" "Ye think I would take advantage of you? I have sworn to protect you." "It's too fast." She pulled away. "A week ago, I hated all vampires and I was slaying them. I've only recently come to trust you and like you. I can't live with you." "Are you ashamed of me?" "No, not at all." She was so attracted to his strength and power, but at the same time, she knew she would be completely overwhelmed by him. "I have to protect myself." "From what?" he shouted. "I have sworn never to harm you." She closed her eyes briefly. "I know you mean that, but it doesn't change the fact that we're from two different worlds. There's no future for us." "To hell with the future. We're alive now." "And you'll still be alive 100 years from now." His jaw shifted as he ground his teeth. "You reject me because of what I am?" Good God, she hated to hurt him. "You're the most wonderful man I've ever met. But I need to protect myself." He wandered to the counter and finished his drink. He kept his back to her,
his hands fisted on the countertop. "This changes nothing. I have sworn to protect you, and I will. Where do you wish to go?" A heaviness dragged her heart down. It was better this way. Better to end it now before she was completely lost. If the malcontents figure out my name, they'll go to my apartment, so I think Austin's place will be safer. If you could teleport me there, I'll be fine on my own. "I'll stay till shortly before dawn." He turned to face her. "Do not worry. I'll stay in the living room, watching the telly. You'll never know I'm there." He must be pouting, Emma decided. He'd been so quiet, but he'd done everything she'd asked. He'd teleported her to her apartment so she could pack more clothes. Then he'd brought her to Austin's apartment. He'd even insisted on paying for the Chinese food she'd had delivered. He sat quietly on the couch. She turned on the telly and found some old sitcom reruns. He didn't object. She sat on the other end of the couch. The remote control rested on the cushion between them, unclaimed by either of them. She slanted a look his way every now and then. He wasn't laughing at the funny parts. His jaw was set, his brow furrowed. He was so still, you would think he was dead. She groaned inwardly. Not quite true. She could sense the energy in him, straining to explode. By 4:30 a.m., she was yawning. She covered her mouth when a big yawn overwhelmed her. "You do not need to stay awake," he said softly. "I'll be leaving soon." She rose slowly and stretched. "I guess I'll take a hot bath and go to bed." "All right." He picked up the remote and turned on the Weather Channel. "I'm sorry we don't get DVN here." "This is fine." He turned down the volume to a whisper. Apparently, with his super hearing, he could still hear. "I have employees around the world. I like to know what kind of weather they're facing." "I guess you need to know the exact time of sunrise, too." He gave her an irritated look. "Good night." Definitely pouting. She wandered toward the bedroom. "Love." She halted at the door. Had she heard that? It was so soft, she wasn't sure he'd actually spoken. Maybe it had only sounded in her mind. She glanced back. He was still staring at the telly. "Good night." She closed the bedroom door. In the bathroom, she filled the tub with hot water and bubble bath. She was down to her underwear when she recalled the red panties in her tote bag. When Angus left, would he confiscate her underwear as spoils of war? He'd been the one to pull down her panties, but she'd kicked them free. She'd been an eager and willing participant. Even incomplete, it had been the best sex of her life. Was she being a fool to reject him? She unhooked her black bra and flung it at the door. Damn it. Why couldn't she fall for a normal guy who breathed 24/7? She pushed her black lace underwear to the floor. Was falling for Angus a betrayal of the memory of her parents? Or would her parents tell her to follow her heart and embrace love where she found it? They had loved each other so much. Wouldn't they want that kind of love for her? She stepped into the tub and settled among the white, fluffy foam. The smell of jasmine soothed her frazzled nerves. She lay back with a long sigh. "Mom, Dad," she whispered. "I'm so confused." If only she could hear them. In the first few weeks after their death, she had thought she'd heard her father's voice a few times. A whisper on the wind, or a thought that suddenly appeared in her mind. But that was years ago. Now she was all alone. She closed her eyes and breathed deeply, easing the tension from her body and opening her mind to any advice, whether from her natural father or the heavenly one. Any help would be welcome. Her breasts tingled when a few bubbles popped. She smiled as the flowery fragrance wafted up to her nose. A clump of bubbles that was clinging to her neck sluiced down her throat, caressing her skin. It felt almost like real fingers. Good bubble bath.
She dragged a puffy cloud of foam up to her breasts and covered them. The bubbles clung to her skin, tingling her and gently teasing her nipples. Wow, scrubbing bubbles. I'm glad you like it. She gasped at the sound of Angus's voice. How? She sat up and peered around the shower curtain. Where are you? Still on the couch. His voice was in her head. He was in her head. Good heavens, she'd opened her mind. Nay, do not shut me out. You look so beautiful in my mind, all pink and flushed from the heat of the water. Her breath hitched when she felt a hand cup her breast. She looked down and saw nothing except bubbles sliding down her torso and her nipple growing hard. How are you doing this? His thumb teased the hardened tip. At least she thought it was his thumb. She jolted when something lapped at her other nipple. His tongue? What are you? She fell back with a gasp when she felt him suckling her. The sensations were incredibly strong, yet he wasn't there. She covered her breast with her hand, but the suckling continued. God, he was good. What are you doing? She didn't expect an answer. How could he talk with his mouth full? 'Tis called vampire sex. Then why am I feeling it? Her eyes crossed when he tugged at both nipples. Obviously, he could talk with his mind while his mouth was busy elsewhere. I'm not a vampire. But I am, and I want to pleasure you. She sank lower in the water, but it made no difference. Even immersed underwater, the sensations continued. God, it was wonderful. He was wonderful. Oh no, could he read her mind? I haven't given you permission. But he will. You want to scream like you did last night? His hands massaged her breasts. Another hand skimmed down her belly and delved into her curls. She moaned, then blinked. Wait a minute. How many hands do you have? As many as I can imagine. He cupped her between the legs. Meanwhile, his hands continued to toy with her breasts. She felt something hot and moist on her neck. His mouth. His tongue rasped a trail up to her ear. Are ye ready for me? His voice was soft inside her head. Her knees sagged open. You're seducing me. I'm loving you. He planted a soft kiss on her brow. Close your eyes and enjoy. Oh, yes. Her eyes drifted shut. She suddenly felt hands all over her, outlining the contours of her arms and legs, her stomach and back. She groaned when fingers massaged her shoulders. His tongue teased her nipples. His hand moved between her legs. His fingers caressed. She cried out when he located her clitoris. She gripped the sides of the tub. This was one hell of a good use for psychic energy. She jolted when she felt his mouth on her. Unbelievable, considering she was sitting in a tub of water. But then, it was all in his head and hers. I promised ye that your second scream would come from my mouth. Oh, God. It felt so real. She could feel every lick, every dip of his tongue between her folds, every little nudge and nip at her clitoris. She planted her feet against the tub and raised her hips, wanting more. More. The tension stretched thin, ready to snap. Come with me, love. He squeezed her bottom with his hands. His tongue went wild. She screamed. Her feet slipped and she thrashed about, spilling water on the floor. She cupped herself and felt the delicious throbbing against her hand. She curled up, squeezing her thighs together, willing the shudders to go on, and they did. She even heard Angus groan, a husky sound that reverberated in her head and intensified the throbbing pulses. Slowly her breathing returned to normal. She sat up and noted the lake of bubbly water on the bathroom floor. That had been one hell of a bath. She stood on wobbly legs and stepped carefully out. The question now was, what next? She quickly erected a mental shield to block Angus. She didn't want him listening in on her thought processes. Not that her brain was exactly functioning. Every other thought seemed to be, wowee. She donned a bathrobe and removed her hair clip. What should she do? Act like nothing had happened? But it had. Wowee! Should she open the bedroom door and invite him in for the real thing? Wowee! She fluffed her hair and glanced in the bathroom mirror. What to do? She exited the bathroom and approached the bedroom door. Slowly, she opened it. He was still on the couch, but the telly was turned off. He turned to look at her. His eyes were tinted red. I have to go. 'Tis almost done. Oh. Now that was brilliant. Couldn't she think of anything to say? He motioned to her cell phone on the coffee table. I took your number in case I need to reach you. Okay. I'll send one of my daytime guards to watch over you. The malcontents are affiliated with the Russian mob, so ye could be in danger during the day. Oh. He glanced at his lap, frowning. I have to take my kilt to the cleaners. He stood and picked up his sporran from the couch. Emma's eyes widened. She recalled the long groan that had echoed in her head. Angus. Good night, love. He vanished. Chapter 17. Angus arrived in the fifth-floor office of Roman's townhouse and quickly turned off the alarm. He dropped his sporran on the desk and punched the intercom button. Ian, that was me coming in. About time, Ian answered. 'Tis almost dawn. Connor wants to see you. Angus glanced down at the state of his kilt and winced. Give me 2 minutes. He dashed into the bedroom, kicked off his shoes, and pulled off his sweater and kilt. He glared at the stained kilt as he pulled on a pair of jeans. You would think he was 16 instead of 526 years old, the way he'd lost control. But he couldn't recall a woman who excited him the way Emma did, or frustrated him. It was downright infuriating that she wanted to reject him. His wife had done that centuries ago, but Emma should know better. She was too clever and modern to fall for old superstitious fears. Hell, she was too brave to fall for any fears at all. She was a warrior like him. She was perfect for him, and he wasn't giving up without a fight. Invading her mind tonight had been an act of desperation. But the devil take it. If she was going to reject him, she needed to know exactly what she was giving up. There was a knock at the office door. Come in. He strode into the office in his stocking feet, wearing jeans and a white undershirt. Connor entered. We need to talk. Everything fine at Romatech? Aye. Connor shut the door. The birthing room is finished in case Shanna's bairn has special needs. A half-vampire baby boy. Angus sighed. Anything else? The vamp doctors are arriving tomorrow night, and the delivery is scheduled for Friday night. Good. Angus circled the desk and sat. Connor walked toward him. I'm glad you called in more security. We could use them with the doctors coming in. But Jack tells me you have him and Robbie guarding Central Park. Aye, to keep the malcontents from murdering more mortals. Angus checked his email. Connor remained quiet for a while. We appear to have a new friend, Dr. Fang. Angus smiled as he deleted some junk mail. His name is Phineas McKinney. How's he fitting in? He seems eager to please. Ian says he did well in his first fencing lesson. Good. No message from Mikhail. Angus turned off the computer. Has the day shift arrived? Phil's here. Howard should arrive any minute now. Tell Phil I want him to guard Miss Wallace today. Angus wrote the address of Austin's apartment on a slip of paper. Connor stepped closer to accept the piece of paper. Is she in danger? She was with me when I found Phineas. The Russian, Alec, was there, and he recognized her as the Slayer. Bugger, Connor muttered. Ye realize Katya is going to believe we were behind the slayings all along, that we've been helping Miss Wallace. It cannot be helped. Connor scowled.
Ye should have sent her away the minute ye discovered who she is. Dinna lecture me, Connor. He paced away, balling his hands into fists. Is this the real reason Jack and Robbie are guarding the park? To keep Miss Wallace from going there? It is the best way to keep her from slaying. Connor turned to face him. I gather ye've been using all sorts of persuasive techniques on her. Angus narrowed his eyes. You're going too far, old friend. Connor marched toward him. I fear ye have gone too far. Nothing good can come from this. Angus slapped a hand on the desk and stood. Did ye have to leave her knickers in the kitchen where everyone could see them? Why not leave them here in the office? You're thinking of her first. So? Connor gave him a sad look. In your line of business, that kind of thinking can get ye killed. I have sworn to protect her. I will not abandon her now. Angus strode toward the bar and grabbed a bottle of Type-O from the fridge. He popped it into the microwave. Ye want some? Nay. Then we are done. Angus poured the synthetic blood into a glass. Good night. Connor didn't leave. I realize you're the boss. But ye've been like a brother to me, like a father to Ian. Angus sipped from his glass. He'd been friends with Connor for too many years to stay angry for long. He felt the familiar twinge of guilt whenever Ian's name was mentioned, along with the first tug of sleepiness. The sun must be close to the horizon. I always appreciate your honesty, Connor. He looked at his old friend. Do ye think it was wrong of me to transform Ian so young? Connor took a deep breath. Ian would have died if ye hadn't changed him. I think he's happy as any of us can be. He wandered to the door and paused with a hand on the doorknob. Do ye love her? Angus set his glass down. I do. Then we will do our best to keep her safe. He glanced at Angus with a sad expression. To keep ye both safe. Emma woke about 2 p.m. After a quick shower, she dressed for the day. With a frown, she surveyed the soggy mountain of towels she'd used to soak up the lake on the bathroom floor. It appeared that today, her dangerous, action-packed life would include a trip to the laundromat. She bagged up the towels and dragged them to the front door. She heard voices in the hall, so she peered through the peephole. There was a young man standing by her door. He was tall and muscular, dressed in khaki pants and a navy polo shirt. 2 blonde women were talking to him. Good heavens, it was the 2 bimbos who'd thought Austin was gay. Lindsay and Tina. They were practically accosting the poor man in the hall. There was a thud as he backed up against the door. Emma jerked the door open. The young man nearly fell in, but regained his balance. Poor baby. The taller blonde Lindsay grabbed his arm to steady him. Let me help you. I'm fine. He tried to move away, but Lindsay dug her long pink fingernails into his arm. Tina had pink streaks in her hair, presumably to match her pink miniskirt and skimpy halter top. She squinted up at Emma. You must be the celebrity that Phil is guarding. Phil? Emma looked at the young man. Splendid. He was the one who had found her red underwear and given it to Connor. Lindsay stroked his chest with her fingernails. It's so awesome that you're a bodyguard. I bet you have, super stamina. I know, right? Tina fluffed up her hair. Phil gave Emma a hounded look. Angus sent me to guard you today. All day long. Lindsay dressed in tiny brown shorts and a turquoise cami, snuggled up close to Phil. When do you get off work? Tina and I live just 2 doors down. The shorter one wrinkled her nose while she regarded Emma. I thought only rich and famous people needed bodyguards. Are you hiding here from the paparazzi? Emma shrugged one shoulder. Something like that. Wow. Lindsay let go of Phil and stepped closer to Emma. I bet you're filthy rich. And famous, Tina added. Do I know you? Emma exchanged a confused look with Phil. I don't think so.
I don't know you. Lindsay leaned close to her friend. Did you hear the way she talks? She sounds kind of funny. I know, right? Tina whispered back. I don't think English is her native language. Emma's mouth dropped open. Phil grimaced, shaking his head. I bet she's a foreign movie star, Lindsay whispered. Tina gasped. No, she's a foreign princess. Excuse me, Emma said. I'm right here. I can hear you. The two blondes jumped. Tina began speaking in a loud voice, enunciating her words very carefully. Hello, my name is Tina. I am pleased to meet you. She curtsied. My name is Lindsay. The taller one made a wobbly curtsy. Welcome to America. Thank you. Emma gave Phil a dubious look. He stepped closer. Would you mind if I guarded you inside? No, that's fine. Come in. She opened the door wider, and he slipped inside. Goodbye, Phil, Lindsay called after him. Remember to come see us after work. Goodbye, Your Royal Highness. Tina curtsied again. Bye. Emma shut the door and flipped the locks. Thank you. Phil leaned against the wall and heaved a sigh of relief. Those women have been pestering me for hours. You poor thing. Emma strode into the kitchen, smiling. She retrieved 2 bottles of water from the fridge and offered him one. So, what's a mortal guy like you doing working for vampires? He unscrewed the top off his bottle. I'm working for the good vamps, Miss Wallace. I'm honored that they trust me. She sat at the breakfast table and motioned for him to join her. How long have you worked for Angus? 6 years. Phil sat across from her. I heard you killed 4 malcontents, and now they want to kill you. She shrugged one shoulder. They don't know who I am, so I don't think I'm in as much danger as Angus believes. You really don't need to stick around if you don't want to. I always follow orders. He drank some water. Even with Lindsay and Tina waiting for you? He grimaced. I'd rather face 20 malcontents than those 2 dingbats from hell. Emma laughed. They are rather scary. Phil nodded. I'm supposed to stay by your side until you are safe at work this evening. Then you get to help me lug that down to the laundromat. She pointed at the bulging garbage sack by the door. Phil spent the rest of the day helping her do the laundry and grocery shopping. Emma shared a pizza with him at the local deli before they took the subway to Midtown. She wanted to ask a ton of questions about Angus and the vampire world, but Phil refused to discuss business in public. He escorted her to the federal building where she worked. At the door, he handed her a card. I wrote the number to Roman's townhouse on the back. Call us if you're in trouble. Thank you. She examined the card. It looked like the one Angus had given her. On the back, Phil had scribbled a phone number. If you call during the day, either Howard or I will answer, Phil continued. If you call at night, you'll most likely get Ian. All right. Emma shook his hand. It was nice to meet you, Phil. Thanks for helping with the laundry. Good night. He waited until she was safely in the building before he left. The stakeout team's 7 p.m. meeting dragged on for an hour as Sean tried to come up with a legitimate reason to shut down Romatech Industries. The fact that the company saved millions of human lives each year with their synthetic blood was lost on Sean. After seeing his daughter there, he'd become obsessed with destroying the place. Maybe we can get them on a health code violation, Garrett suggested, or tax evasion. Sean pointed a finger at Emma. Check on that. Yes, sir. She made a note on her legal pad. Maybe Angus was right, and Sean was wasting everyone's time. But if she brought up the subject of Casimir and the prospect of a global vampire war, Sean would wonder where she'd gotten her information. Instead of listening to her, he'd blacklist her like he had Austin. All right, dismissed, Sean finally announced. Off to your assignments. He hurried from the office. Emma assumed he was headed for his stakeout apartment across the street from Roman's townhouse. Alyssa was still gone, trying to locate covens in nearby towns. Alone in the office, Emma set to work on her assignment. The health department in IRS would be closed for the day, so she prepared some inquiries into Romatech Industries and faxed them to the correct offices. She would have to wait till tomorrow for a response. She wandered about the office. Tension was building inside her. No doubt she was nervous about spending more time alone with Angus. She gazed out the window at the night sky and wondered what he was doing. Would he come to her apartment again? Would she be able to resist him? She returned to her desk and checked the police reports from the night before. A few murders, quite a few assault cases, but not a single event in Central Park. Robbie and Giacomo were doing a great job, but there had been an incident with Alec and the woman he'd attacked. Emma considered calling the number Phil had given her just to see what had happened to the poor woman. She was reaching for her cell phone when it jangled. "Hello? Emma, is it safe for you to talk?" Her heart stuttered at the sound of Angus's voice. "Yes, I'm alone here. I was just wondering about the woman we found in the park last night. Is she all right?" "Aye. She was fine when Connor left her at her flat." "Oh, good." "I talked to Phil earlier," Angus continued, "and he says the day was uneventful. You were no followed or watched. We can assume the malcontents haven't figured out your identity yet." "I agree. Ye should be safe as long as ye stay hidden in Austin's apartment. Do not under any circumstances go to Central Park. The malcontents will be there looking for you." "I understand. Jack and Robbie are there again tonight, keeping it safe." Angus paused. "I was tempted to have them watch ye instead." No, I'll be fine. Please don't leave the park unguarded." Emma couldn't stand the thought of more innocent people dying. "All right. Shanna's doctors have arrived, and I'm getting them settled in the townhouse before taking them to Romatech. I can meet ye at Austin's apartment in about an hour." "Okay." Flashes of last night's bathtub scene rushed through her mind. No wonder she was feeling tense. "I'm sending Phineas and Grigori to escort ye home. Phineas hasn't finished his training, but he can fight well, and I know you're one hell of a fighter." "I'll be fine. I'll see you soon." She hung up, realizing how much she liked his worrying over her. It was unnecessary since she could take care of herself, but still, she liked it. Too much. And soon, she would be alone with him all night long. How far would she go? Would she take a vampire as her lover? Shortly afterward, she received a call from first-floor security. Phineas McKinney was waiting for her. She locked up the office. Hopefully, Sean wouldn't mind her leaving work early. If he complained, she was tempted to quit. She could always have her old job back at MI6. Besides, if she lived in London, she might be closer to Angus. She groaned. Why was she making plans for their future? They had no future. She exited the elevator and halted when she saw Phineas. His hair had been cut. He'd shaved and was wearing clothes identical to the ones Phil had worn earlier. Apparently khaki pants and a navy polo shirt was the McKay uniform for those not wearing kilts. Phineas even sported a navy windbreaker with the words McKay Security and Investigation embossed in small letters on the upper left-hand side. "Wow, Phineas! I hardly recognized you." She circled him while he grinned and puffed out his chest. "You look so official." "I am," he flashed his ID badge. "Cool, huh? I'm even gonna get a permit to carry a piece." He lowered his voice to a whisper. "With silver bullets." Emma smiled. "I'm glad you like your new job. My mission for the night is to escort you safely home." He saluted the security officer as they left the building. A black Lexus was waiting by the curb, and Phineas opened the back door for her. She climbed in and was greeted by the driver. "Hi, I'm Grigori." He twisted in the front seat to face her. With a smile, he extended a hand. "How do you do?" Emma shook his hand while Phineas climbed into the front passenger seat. She did a double take on Grigori. Somehow, he looked very familiar. Grigori grinned. "So, you're the hot babe that has Angus all worked up." "Excuse me?" Emma blinked when recognition struck her. "I know who you are. You were the host on the DVN reality show. Yep, that was me. Grigori adjusted his tie. But tonight, I'm your chauffeur. Where to, sweetie? Emma smiled as she gave him the address. Do you work for Angus? He snorted as he pulled out into traffic. No way. I'm the vice president of marketing over at Romatech. Have you seen the commercials for Roman's Fusion Cuisine? I make those. Oh, I see. I was headed to Soho to check on some property we're having made into a vamp restaurant when Angus asked me to give you and Phineas a ride. I see, Emma nodded. A vamp restaurant. Surely the menu would be a bit limited. But then it was certainly much better than attacking humans. Don't worry about your safety, Grigori continued. I've been taking some karate and fencing lessons. I got sick and tired of Connor acting like I was some kind of wimp. I had my first fencing lesson last night, Phineas said. It was cool. He tuned the radio to some hip-hop music. Grigori started drumming on the steering wheel in time with the music, while Phineas wiggled in his seat. These were vampires? Emma watched in disbelief. They just seemed so normal. Grigori drove by Austin's apartment and surveyed the street in dismay. I'll never find a place to park. He circled the block. Emma leaned forward. There's no need for you to stay if you have business elsewhere. Phineas and I will be fine. Grigori double-parked, then glanced back at her, frowning. I'd better stick around until Angus comes. You two go in, and I'll join you as soon as I park this beast. Emma and Phineas climbed out onto the sidewalk. She looked around, but there was no one watching them. They hurried into the apartment building while Grigori drove slowly away. In Austin's apartment, Phineas made a big show of examining each room carefully. He checked all the kitchen cabinets and the refrigerator. Emma bit her lip to keep from laughing. Did he think someone was hiding in the fridge, or perhaps the cutlery drawer? Kitchen is secure, he announced, then jumped into the living room, assuming a karate pose. Cool, huh? I learned this last night. Lovely. Emma entered the secure kitchen to warm up some Chinese food left over from the night before. Phineas checked under the sofa cushions, then proceeded into the bedroom. 5 minutes later, he emerged and pronounced the entire apartment was safe. What a relief, thank you. Emma set her plate of Chinese food on the coffee table in front of the couch. I'm going to check the hall. Phineas opened the door. Lock up after me. Okay. Emma flipped the locks, then returned to the couch. She settled down with her Chinese food and turned on the telly. A cop show was winding down, and the perpetrators were getting dragged off to jail. She glanced at the VCR to check the time. Angus would be here soon. The television show was suddenly interrupted by a late-breaking bulletin from a local news station. 3 murdered bodies just discovered in Hudson River Park. Emma sat forward. The newscaster announced they were cutting to the reporter on the scene by Pier 66. Emma set her plate of food aside as the picture shifted to the park. A crowd of curious onlookers surrounded the female reporter. Lights from parked police cars flashed red and yellow in the night sky. The bodies were discovered just moments ago, the reporter shouted into her microphone. We've heard that their throats were all slashed, but we're waiting for confirmation on that. What is interesting, though, is that all 3 bodies appear to have been moved. They were discovered nearby on the heliport pad. We can only assume that whoever committed this heinous crime wanted the bodies to be found quickly. Emma jumped to her feet. It was the malcontents. She was sure of it. They'd simply moved to another park. 3 murders. Shit. She had to know more. She needed to check the victims herself. Even with slashed throats, she could often detect the bite marks. Of course, she knew to look for them, and the bodies would also be completely drained. Damn it! Why couldn't those bloody bastards take a pint and go on their way? But no, they had to kill their victims. They enjoyed killing. She searched her purse for the card Phil had given her, then called the number. Hello? Is this Ian? Aye. Miss Wallace, are ye in danger? No, but I wanted to tell you that the malcontents are killing again. 3 bodies were just found at the heliport in Hudson River Park.
I'm taking Phineas with me to check it out. What? Wait! Angus will want to come with you. He can meet us there. I'll be perfectly safe. There are a ton of police there. 'Tis not a good idea. I'll be fine, Emma interrupted. Just tell Angus where we are. She hung up, then dashed to the front door. She heard voices outside and peeked through the peephole. Oh no. Tina and Lindsay were outside, and they were dragging Phineas toward their apartment. He didn't appear to be struggling. Emma flipped the locks and opened the door. Phineas! The blondes giggled. We have your bodyguard, Tina announced. Dr. Fang, Lindsay tugged him down the hall. He's so cute. Phineas grinned. Hot damn, I love this job. Phineas! Emma shouted. I need you. Not as badly as we do. Lindsay pulled him inside their apartment. Phineas! Emma marched toward them. This is important. Just 5 minutes, Phineas gave her a pleading look. That's all I need. He glanced at the two blondes. Make that 10. Bye. Tina shut the door in Emma's face. Phineas! Emma hit the door with her fist, but only heard giggling on the other side. Fuming, she strode back to her apartment. She paced about the living room. How long would it take Angus to get here? And since when did she wait on men to protect her? She was a black belt, damn it. She'd killed 4 malcontents single-handedly, and there were a bunch of cops on the scene. A reporter was there and a ton of bystanders. Nothing would happen to her. She grabbed her tote bag of steaks and locked the door behind her. She was not going to cower in her apartment in fear. She would be perfectly safe. In fact, she almost wished she would see Alec. The bastard needed to die. The 2 vamp doctors had arrived at Roman's townhouse, and as honored guests, they both expected some personal attention from the CEO of McKay's Security and Investigation. Angus assured them they would be safe during their stay and introduced them to Connor and his security team. As soon as the doctors were happy with their guest rooms, they wanted a tour of Romatech and the birthing room Roman had prepared for his wife. They were both very excited and honored to be the first doctors to deliver a half-vampire baby, but already they were arguing about procedure. Angus was beginning to think Roman had made a big mistake by sending for 2 doctors instead of 1. Dr. Schweitzer from Switzerland was very pleased with the birthing room, but Dr. Lee from Houston demanded more equipment to be on hand just in case. Roman was busily making a list of everything Dr. Lee wanted when Angus's cell phone rang. He excused himself and stepped into the hall as he retrieved the phone from his sporran. Aye. Angus. Ian sounded agitated. Miss Wallace just called. She and Phineas are going to the heliport at Hudson River Park. What? She thinks the malcontents have murdered some mortals there. The devil take it, Angus muttered. He'd told her not to go out. Is Gregory with her? I do not know. She called just now, Ian continued quickly. If ye hurry, ye might be able to stop her. I'm on my way. Angus snapped his phone shut. Connor cracked the door to the birthing room and peeked out. Is there a problem? Could be. If you do not hear from me within 30 minutes, send Robbie and Giacomo to Hudson River Park. What's going on? Connor's words faded as Angus vanished. In a few seconds, he was in Austin's apartment. Emma! He zoomed into the bedroom, checked the bathroom, then ran back into the living room. Bugger. He was too late. But they might still be in the building. He unlocked the door, ran into the hall, and crashed into Phineas. He grabbed him by the shoulders. Thank God you're still here. Phineas was shaking. Oh my God, man, I think I killed her. What? Phineas's face crumpled. I didn't mean to. She was just so hot. And I lost control. I'm not used to being like this. Angus shook him. What did you do? Tears ran down Phineas's face. I know it's the #1 rule, but I lost control. A chill skittered through Angus. Ye bit her? I didn't mean to. God, I'm afraid I killed her. Angus slammed him against the wall. Ye killed Emma? Phineas blinked. No, man, I think I killed Tina.
Chapter 18. Angus stared at his new employee as relief washed through him. Phineas hadn't bitten Emma. She wasn't dead. At least not yet. "Where is Emma? She should be with you." A door nearby opened. "Woo-hoo, Dr. Fang." A blonde dressed in a lacy black teddy leaned against the doorframe. "When do I get my turn?" Angus recognized her as one of the silly mortal women he'd met a few nights ago. Either Lindsay or Tina, he couldn't remember which. Her eyes widened. "Oh, I remember you. You're the gay Irish guy. If you're still looking for Austin, you're out of luck. There's some kind of foreign princess hiding out in this place." "Get back inside and shut the door," Angus ordered. The blonde huffed. "You are so rude. And you're like totally wasting your time with Dr. Fang. He's a ladies' man. In fact, he was so good with Tina, she's still unconscious." "Inside," Angus shouted. "Creep!" She slammed the door. It was all becoming clear to Angus. His new employee had been busy tupping Tina when Emma decided to leave. Angus grabbed him by the shirt and pushed him against the wall. "You left your post." Phineas winced. "It was just for a few minutes. Emma was okay with it." He glanced at Austin's apartment. "Ask her. She'll tell you everything's cool. Except for Tina. She's looking kinda bad." Angus stepped closer and gritted his teeth. His fist twisted Phineas's shirt. "You left your post. I've seen soldiers killed for that." Phineas gulped. "I'm sorry, man. It won't happen again." "What's up?" Grigori sauntered down the hall toward them. Angus released Phineas and turned toward Grigori. "Where the hell have you been? Have you seen Emma?" "No, she's with..." Grigori gave Phineas a worried look. "I was parking the car. What happened?" "Emma is gone." Angus spit out the words. "What?" Phineas glanced at Austin's apartment. "She was just here a few minutes ago. How'd she get away?" Angus seized him by the neck. "She got away because you left your post." "Whoa!" Grigori grabbed Angus's arm. "Easy, Mongo. Relax. We'll find her." Angus released Phineas and took a deep breath. "I'll deal with this later. I have to find her. She's headed to Hudson River Park." "Great. You know where she's going?" Grigori gave him an encouraging smile. "It'll be fine. I'll drive you." "Nay, I'll call her and teleport." Angus reached in his sporran for his cell phone. "Grigori, I need you to clean up the mess Phineas made." He glared at his rookie employee. Phineas winced and rubbed his throat. "I'm really sorry, man. Tina was just so hot. I didn't mean to hurt her." Grigori frowned at Phineas. "You hurt her? Where is she?" "In here." Phineas shoved open the door to Tina's apartment. Lindsay squealed and jumped back. Phineas led Grigori inside while Angus remained in the hall, calling Emma on his cell phone. "Hello?" "Emma!" Relief flooded him so strongly he stumbled back a step. "Keep talking. I'll teleport to you." "Not now," she whispered. "I'm in a taxi." "You think I care?" "I care. I don't want to be in a wreck. I'll call you as soon as I get to the park. Give me your number." He did. "The devil take it, Emma. I told you to stay hidden." "I'll be fine. I'll call you soon." She hung up. Stubborn woman. Muttering a curse, he punched in Robbie's number. "Aye. Robbie, I want ye and Jack to go to Hudson River Park, to the area around the heliport." "What's going on?" Robbie asked. "Connor called and said something was wrong, but he didn't know what. The malcontents may have murdered some mortals. Emma's on her way there." Angus gritted his teeth. "Alone." "We're on our way." Robbie rang off. Cursing some more, Angus strode into Tina's apartment. Lindsay was hovering by a doorway, trembling. "Excuse me." He slipped past her. She jumped back with a squeal. "There's blood on her neck." Tina was sprawled on the bed. Phineas was tugging a sheet up to her chin. "Good news," Grigori said. "She's alive." "Aye." Angus frowned at the twin punctures on her neck.
I can still hear her heart beating. You can? Phineas gazed at Tina, confused. Angus gave his rookie an irritated look. Ye have a lot to learn, lad. He turned to Grigori. Teleport her to Romatech for a transfusion, then bring her back. I'm on it, Grigori assured him. Were you able to reach Emma? Aye. Angus stopped talking when Lindsay leaped into the room, waving a foot-long plaster Celtic cross in front of her. Begone, you demons! She aimed the cross at each of them. Go back to hell where you belong! Angus sighed. And when you're done, he continued to talk to Grigori, be sure to erase their memory. What? Lindsay shook her cross like it might be broken. Why didn't it work? Aren't you guys like vampires or something? Grigori motioned for Phineas to pick Tina up. Let's get going. Where are you taking her? Lindsay dropped the cross and fell to her knees. Oh my God, you're going to change her into a vampire too? She'll be young and hot forever. Her face brightened, and she jumped to her feet. Sign me up. Angus shook his head as he left the room. The vampire world could never survive you two. The police had cordoned off the entrance to the heliport, so Emma asked the cabbie to drop her off nearby. She wove through the noisy crowd, headed for the nearest police officer. She fished in her tote bag for her ID badge. Her hand grazed her cell phone, and she considered calling Angus, but there were too many people jammed together for him to teleport there safely or unnoticed. She located her ID and showed it to those who remained stubbornly in her way. Excuse me, Homeland Security. That usually got people out of the way. She finally made it to the crime scene tape and a police officer. She flashed her badge and shouted to be heard over the noise. I need to see the bodies. You'll have to talk to the captain first. The officer pointed at a man in a trench coat about 100 yards away, next to an ambulance. 2 medics were loading a gurney with a body bag. Emma ducked under the tape and strode toward the captain. She'd gotten about 10 yards when another officer yelled at her to stop. She raised her badge. Homeland Security! After another 50 yards, she passed by a police car. She narrowed her eyes against the glare of its flashing lights. A uniformed officer stepped away from the car to block her path. This is a crime scene. She lifted her badge. Homeland! She gasped when he seized her upper arms. This will be a very bad crime scene. A Russian accent. She'd caught it too late. Stunned, she gazed into Alec's face. The flashing red and yellow lights made his smile look evil. Do you like my costume? The officer no longer needs it. He tilted his head toward the car. It was difficult to see with the strobe lights flashing in her eyes, but Emma spotted a man in the front seat, his head twisted at a bizarre angle. Without warning, she rammed her knee into Alec's groin. He stumbled back. She aimed a series of punches at his chest, then spun and kicked him in the face. Alec fell, blood gushing from his nose. Oh my God! Someone in the crowd shouted. She's attacking a police officer. Halt! Several voices shouted. Emma turned to see 2 officers running toward her. Her badge. Where was it? She'd dropped it when she was punching Alec. Looking for this? Alec jumped to his feet, her ID in his hand. His smile was tinted with blood. He licked the blood from around his mouth, then zoomed away, taking her badge with him. Halt or I'll shoot, an officer yelled. Emma dove into the crowd and worked her way in the direction Alec had headed. Pier 66. She dug her cell phone out and called Angus. About time, he thundered. Where are you? Are ye all right? Yes, I'm fine. Let me find a good place. Behind the crowd, she spotted a local news van. She ducked behind it. Okay, you can come now. The malcontents are definitely behind these murders. I saw Alec here. In fact, he tried to capture me, but... She stopped when Angus appeared beside her. He caught her by the shoulders. Are ye all right? Yes. I gave Alec a bloody nose and he ran away. Angus laughed and pulled her into an embrace. That's my girl. He leaned back to give her a stern look. Do not ever frighten me like that again. I can take care of myself, she smiled. But I'm glad you're here. Is Alec still in the vicinity?
He ran toward Pier 66. Emma dropped her cell phone into her bag and retrieved a handful of steaks. We need to take care of him. He's killed at least 4 tonight, including a police officer. She jammed the steaks into her belt.
Nay, I want you to stay here, or better yet, go back home.
I'm not leaving you. She looped her tote bag around her neck and one shoulder. If we don't finish off Alec tonight, he'll keep killing.
Angus frowned at her. Very well, but first, we call back up.
He punched in a number.
Robbie, we're going after Alec. Pier 66, hurry.
He dropped his phone into his sporran.
Ready?
Angus led her toward the pier, using cars and dumpsters for cover. They hurried along the back wall of a warehouse. A woman screamed. Emma cursed silently. How many people did Alec plan on killing tonight? Angus peered around the corner.
There's a small building on the river's edge. The scream came from behind it.
Emma took a quick look. It was a place that rented jet skis. She removed a stake from her belt. Let's go. They ran along the side of the warehouse, hugging the shadows, then divided to approach the target. Emma took the southern route and peeked around the corner. A rectangular pier jutted out over the river. There, in the dim moonlight, she could see a woman pinned beneath a man dressed in a police uniform. Alec. The woman lay still on the wooden planks while he rested on top of her and nuzzled her neck. Angus zoomed toward them and pointed his claymore at Alec's neck.
Release her!
Emma eased onto the pier, looking carefully about. No one else in sight.
Release her!
Angus shouted.
Must I?
Alec asked calmly. He levitated off the body. Angus glanced at the woman, then stepped back.
Emma! Get out of here, quick!
The woman started laughing. Emma backed up, reluctant to leave Angus on his own. The woman rose to her feet, unharmed. Her fashionably slashed jeans rested low on her hips. Under her black leather jacket, her red halter top barely covered her breasts. She flipped her long dark hair over her shoulder and gave Angus a look filled with hate. This was personal, Emma realized. She turned and gasped when a line of shadowy figures levitated around the pier. 6 vampires. They'd been hiding underneath, and now they landed lightly on the wooden railing. She flexed her fingers around her stake, widened her stance, and bent her knees. A total of 8 vampires against her and Angus. If they could just hold out until Robbie and Giacomo arrived. A vampire leaped through the air, his sword drawn. Angus charged, knocked the sword aside with his claymore, spun, and skewered the vampire through the heart. With a scream, the vampire burst into a cloud of dust that drifted down onto the pier. 2 vampires dashed toward Emma. She sidestepped the first one, then turned to kick him in the back. That propelled him forward and made him crash into the building. Continuing her turn, she spun to face the second assailant and met him with her stake in his chest. He turned to dust. The first vampire recovered quickly and charged. He kicked the stake from her hand. She ignored the pain and pressed forward with a series of punches. He was too quick at dodging for her to land a solid hit. Suddenly, she was grabbed from behind. She kicked backward to break the vampire's grasp, then grabbed another stake from her belt. When he seized her again, she rammed the stake into his ribs. Howling, he released her. She swiveled and plunged the stake into his heart. Dust again. The first vampire seized her from behind. She glanced at Angus just in time to see him skewer another vampire. 4 down. They were doing well. Another vampire charged at her, and she leaned back on her captor to kick the assailant in the head. He stumbled back. The first vampire pressed a dagger to her throat. "I should kill you, bitch." She grabbed his arm to pull the knife away. She heard Angus shout. Then the vampire's arm turned to dust, and his knife clattered to the ground. She turned to see Angus behind her, his claymore coated with the dust of the first vampire. "Thanks." She bent down to retrieve the fallen dagger. There were 2 male vampires left, Alec and another one. The woman was standing nearby, hatred glimmering in her dark eyes. She raised a wooden blowpipe to her mouth. "Watch out!" Emma shouted. Angus raised his claymore, then stiffened. A shocked look crossed his face. "Emma, run!" he whispered. She stepped back, reluctant to leave. She gasped when Angus's claymore slipped from his hand. "Angus!" He collapsed onto the pier. A dart protruded from his back. The two male vampires zoomed toward Emma. She slashed at the first one with her dagger, but he dodged. Alec seized her from behind. The first one kicked the knife from her hand, then punched her in the stomach. She sagged against Alec for only a moment before she kicked and struggled. The first one retrieved the knife and handed it to Alec. The woman strode toward Angus, speaking with a Russian accent. "I should have killed you years ago." With a booted foot, she shoved him onto his back. Emma winced at the thought of the dart getting pushed farther in. The woman leaned over Angus. "You can hear me, can't you? The nightshade paralyzes you, but you can still see and hear." She placed her foot on his cheek and pressed his head toward Emma. "See that? We have captured your mortal whore." She kicked him in the ribs with the pointed toe of her boot. "Stop it!" Emma struggled, but both male vampires held her tight. She grew still when she noticed Angus's face. He was watching her, his eyes filled with pain. Oh, God, what had she done? She'd led them into a trap. The woman gave Emma a disgusted look, then grasped Angus's chin with her long red fingernails and forced his face back to her. "Don't look at her. You could have owned the world with me. But when I asked you to kill one puny little mortal, you refused. And here you are, killing your own kind for what? A worthless mortal bitch." "Katya, enough," Alec yelled. "Torture him later. We need to transport these two before it's too late." All right. Katya leaned over to grab Angus's arm, and they both vanished. "No!" Emma screamed. She kicked at her captors. Alec pulled her tight against him and pressed the knife to her neck. "We've never been there before, Yuri. You need to call." Yuri punched in a number on his phone. "Allo? Stop!" Emma glanced up and spotted Robbie and Giacomo on the roof, moving toward them with swords in their hands. "Release her!" Robbie yelled. "Come any closer and I'm slitting her throat." Alec turned toward Yuri, dragging Emma with him. "Grab onto us. Let's go." Yuri grabbed Emma's arm and spoke into his phone. "Paris, nous arrivons." Emma glanced up at the stricken faces of Robbie and Giacomo. "Paris!" she shouted just before everything went black. Chapter 19. Emma was just becoming aware of her surroundings when she felt a knife prick her neck. She winced, but refused to give Alec the pleasure of hearing her cry out in pain. "You have a loud mouth," he hissed in her ear. "Is the mortal giving you trouble?" Katya asked. "No." Alec yanked on Emma's hair and tilted her head to expose her neck. "I just wanted a little taste." He leaned down and licked the drop of blood from her neck. Her stomach twinged. Still, Alec's initial reaction gave her hope. He was pissed that she'd yelled out Paris, so most likely, she'd steered Robbie and Giacomo in the right direction. She also noted that Alec and Yuri neglected to tell Katya what she'd done. They were probably afraid of incurring the queen bitch's wrath. Emma quickly surveyed the scene. They appeared to be in an old wine cellar. Candlelight flickered from rusty iron sconces along stone walls. Wooden racks cradled row after row of dusty wine bottles. The air was chilly and smelled of ancient mold. Angus lay in a neglected heap on the hard stone floor. "This woman is the infamous Slayer?" a man asked in a French accent. He approached Emma with a mincing gait, studying her with eyes that looked like black slits in his puffy white face. "Amazing. She has killed 4 of your friends, no?"
6, Emma corrected him. I've killed 6 of her little minions, and it was pathetically easy. Katya slapped her. The French vampire giggled. Meow, hiss. He curled his chubby white fingers to resemble claws. I just adore a good catfight. He gazed at Emma fondly. But she is special, this one, no? May I take a whip to her? If we have time. Katya patted him on the arm. Bouchard, we need to secure the prisoners before the sun rises. Ah, yes, but of course. Bouchard rubbed his plump white hands together. This is so exciting. It is not often that I have such honored guests. He laughed and waved his hand in the air. Many visit my cellar, but very few leave. He stepped closer to Emma. Shall I tell you my darkest secret? How I lure my victims to their doom? No. He sneered. His pointed canine teeth looked yellow against his pasty white skin. You are a fiery one, n'est-ce pas? I wager your blood runs hot. He leaned forward to sniff. Easy, Brochard. Katya placed a hand on his shoulder. I need her alive. Ah, yes. Bouchard stepped back. He flipped a lacy handkerchief from the pocket of his velvet dinner jacket and dabbed at his mouth. She is a little present for Casimir. He will find her quite tasty. Emma swallowed hard. She glanced at Angus. His eyes were following everyone's movements. Bouchard strolled to a round table, topped with a pristine white tablecloth. Elegant china was set for 2. You see, my dear, when I invite the lovely young men and ladies to dinner, they come gladly to see my famous wine collection. They never realize till it's too late that they are my dinner. Creepy little serial killer. Emma kept her face blank to hide her disgust. I am a gentleman. Bouchard sauntered down a row of racks, running his pasty fingers over the wine bottles. I always allow my guests to choose the wine. Once they have enjoyed their fill, I take my fill. He patted his plump belly and giggled. I have a big appetite for life, no? Enough, Brochard. Katya yawned. The sun is rising. Yes, yes. I have coffins this way. Bouchard scurried past several rows of bottles. And there is a storeroom where we can lock up the prisoners. Alec pulled Emma along with him. Yuri hefted Angus over his shoulder and followed them. Here are the coffins. Bouchard waved a hand toward a line of 8 coffins. They are very nice, no? But you do not need so many now. Only 3 of you came. He looked at Emma and giggled. Naughty girl. Are you sure I cannot whip her? Later, Katya said. Where's the storeroom? Here. Bouchard shoved a tapestry on the wall to the side and revealed an old wooden door. He unlocked it with a skeleton key, and it opened with a loud creak. Spooky inside, no? He laughed as he removed a candle from a nearby sconce. I will show you the room. He strolled inside. It is perfect, n'est-ce pas? There is no way out. Yuri walked in and dumped Angus on the floor. Bouchard snickered. He is a big one. He nudged Angus's kilt up with his foot. A pity you can only stay one night. Leave him alone, you pervert, Emma muttered as Alec hauled her into the room. Shut up. Alec yanked her arms back. I need some rope to tie her. But of course. Bouchard exited the room, but Emma could still hear him. You will tell Casimir I was very helpful, yes? Of course, Katya assured him. You do have a mortal guard for the daytime, don't you? Ah, yes, Hubert. The way Bouchard pronounced his guard's name, it sounded like Hubert. He minced back into the storeroom and handed Alec some drapery cords. Will these do? Yes. Alec tied Emma's wrists together behind her back. Take her tote bag, Katya reminded him.
Emma cursed silently as Alec cut her bag off with his knife. There went her cell phone and steaks. Bouchard giggled. "You have made her angry." He patted her on the cheek. "You must behave during the day, chérie. Do not make my dear Hubert angry. He can be very cruel." Emma pulled away from Bouchard's chubby hand. "Then maybe you should whip him." Bouchard yawned. "Ah, but I have. No doubt it is why the poor brute is so foul-tempered. Poor Hubert." Alec shoved Emma onto the floor next to Angus. "If you try to escape, Hubert will kill you both." "Come, mes amis." Bouchard strolled from the room. "We must have our beauty sleep." Alec closed the door. Without Bouchard's candle, the room was very dark. Emma remembered seeing some old chairs and tables pushed against the walls, but nothing useful for escape. She listened to the sounds in the next room. Once the vampires were dead for the day, she would only have Hubert to deal with. "Emma," Angus whispered. When she gasped, he continued. "Speak softly so they will not hear." She wiggled closer to him. "Has the poison worn off?" "Not quite. I cannot move my arms or legs. Emma, I will fall into my death sleep soon. If ye can escape, ye must." She started to protest since she didn't want to leave him, but he was right. Her best chance for escape was during the day, and she could always bring back help for Angus. "All right, I think we're in Paris." "Aye. Go to Jean-Luc Guichart's studio on the Champs-Élysées. The daytime guards there work for me. They can help you." "Okay." She was still tied up, though. "Is your dagger still in your sock?" "Aye, take it." His speech became more slurred. "My sporan. I need the flask. Hide it underneath me." "Underneath you?" "In case they take my sporan." She waited, but he didn't reply. She laid her head on his chest and heard nothing. He was gone. A mournful feeling invaded her heart, and she suddenly felt like crying. Everyone she'd ever cared about had died. How could she stand to lose one more? "I'm so sorry. This is my fault." She took a deep breath to steady her nerves. She needed her wits about her. Angus was counting on her. She rotated about so her head was next to his feet. Then she wiggled around till she felt her fingers make contact with the hilt of the ski-and-do hidden under his sock. She managed to pull it out, then sat up to saw through the cords binding her wrists. It was a slow and awkward process, but she kept at it. So far, no sound from the other room. The storeroom seemed a bit lighter. She spotted a few slivers of light at the top of the far wall, perhaps a small window that had been boarded up. She would need to make sure none of the sunlight fell on Angus. She could barely make out his profile in the dim light. He'd told her the truth from the beginning. There were good vampires and bad ones, and Sean's activities with this stakeout team were nothing but a nuisance, getting in the way of the good vamps who wanted to protect mankind. If she ever survived this, she was quitting her job. Aha! The cords finally broke free. She slipped the knife into her belt, then dragged Angus's body to the darkest corner of the room. Heavy footsteps sounded in the wine cellar, and a shadow dimmed the light under the door. Hubert was there, listening. She needed to act quickly. She opened Angus's sporan and dug around. Thank goodness he carried a purse. She smiled to herself, imagining his reaction to the word purse. She located the metal flask, then wedged it underneath his back. Normally that would be very uncomfortable, but poor Angus was dead to the world right now. She pulled out his cell phone and opened it. Whom to call? Connor was first in his directory, so she called him. She glanced toward the door. Hubert might hear her talking, so she should text message instead. Unfortunately, the connection to Connor never went through. Shit. She wasn't getting a signal down in this hole. She slipped the phone into her pocket and carried a chair over to the far wall. It looked like a fragile antique, so she hoped it would carry her weight. She climbed onto the cushioned brocade seat and reached for the window. Too high. She found a wooden table about the size of a card table, light enough that she could carry it. She set it carefully beneath the window, then climbed on top. Now she could reach the slats nailed horizontally across the small window. She curled her hands around two slats and yanked. They held firm. She lifted herself up and peered through the gap. There was a dingy, narrow street. Sunlight dappled in puddles of rainwater that gathered in the broken pavement. Footsteps approached. Emma glanced back. No sign of Hubert. The footsteps drew closer. There was one gate, heavy and determined, and a smaller one, quick and light, with a pattering sound. A dog, perhaps. Psst, Emma hissed. À moi. She flinched when a wet black nose suddenly nuzzled her hand. Okay, so she had the dog's attention. Now she could just contact the owner. The dog pranced about excitedly. A white poodle with a pink bow on its puffy head. À moi, aidez-nous, Emma whispered as loud as she dared. The poodle barked, loud and shrill. The dog's owner shouted and yanked on its leash. They hurried away. The door behind her slammed open. She dropped onto the table and turned. Light spilled into the storeroom from the wine cellar, along with the smell of sausage and eggs. In the doorway, a bulky black shadow loomed.
Richard said you would be trouble.
Hubert entered the room. His accent was as thick as his neck and arms. He charged, bellowing like a bull. Emma remained on the table. She landed a good kick to his chest, but it only slowed him down. He grabbed one of her ankles and yanked. She fell onto her rear, but used the momentum to roll back, then forward. She kicked Hubert hard in the gut. He stumbled back. She jumped to the floor, whipped the knife from her belt, and lunged forward. The knife slid in with horrifying ease. He cried out, then collapsed backward onto the floor. Emma stood over him, the bloody knife in her hand and her stomach churning. Shit. She was used to killing vampires. They didn't bleed like this. They simply turned to dust. Hubert writhed on the floor, moaning. Hang on, I'll get an ambulance. She'd find her way to Angus's security men on the Champs-Élysées. But first, there were 4 vampires in the next room who needed to be staked. Angus's knife would work just fine. She strode toward the door. A board slammed into her face. She fell back onto her rear as lightning jolts of pain zigzagged across her face. Her eyes saw double for a second, then focused on one man standing in the doorway. He was small and thin. You made a fatal error, chérie. I am Hubert, and I am prepared for the likes of you. She scrambled to her feet, but he swung the board at her head once again. She collapsed to the side. Her head throbbed. The knife tumbled from her hand. With a groan, she turned her head to see him. His figure wavered as pain shot through her. He withdrew a syringe from his coat pocket. I should kill you for what you did to my dear Rolf. A stream of liquid squirted from the needle. Emma willed her body to stand up and fight, but her brain was too battered to get the orders out. She felt the floor beside her. Her fingers touched the hilt of the knife. But my master wants you alive, so I will only make you sleep. He stepped toward her. She struck at his shins with her feet, and he stumbled back. Bitch! He leaped on top of her and stabbed the syringe into her neck. Instantly his face grew hazy. He leaned forward, sneering at her. You should not have made me angry. Now I will have to play with you while you sleep. With a great surge of effort, she plunged the knife into his back. He shrieked and twisted, trying to reach the knife. He fell beside her, his body contorting. Her eyelids drooped. She almost welcomed the drugged sleep, for it numbed the throbbing pain. Hubert grew still beside her. A sense of doom spread through her as the drug dragged her into oblivion. She'd failed Angus once again. Angus awoke with a surge of energy that jolted his body every evening at sunset. With his first deep breath, he was accosted by the hideous smell of foul, congealed blood, which meant one thing: death. His heart constricted. No, not Emma. He scrambled to his feet while his eyes adjusted to the dark room. His metal flask was on the floor, and there were 3 bodies. The devil take it. What had happened? He rushed to the first body. It was a huge man with a knife wound to the chest. He'd bled out on the cold stone floor. The smell of spoiled blood turned Angus's stomach. He staggered to the next pair of bodies. A slim man lay dead with the skian dew in his back. The blood within him had congealed to a slimy goop, unfit for consumption. Beside him was Emma. Her heart was beating, slow and steady. Angus's relief was cut short by one look at her face. The bastards! Her face was a mass of bruises and lumps. Poor lass. She must have fought for her life while he'd rested nearby, totally oblivious. He cursed his inability to protect her during the day. He heard sounds from the wine cellar. The enemy was stirring. If only he had enough energy to grab Emma and teleport out, but he was too weak from hunger. "Pure lass, I'm so sorry," he whispered, touching her face. The smell of her sweet blood triggered an instant response. Hunger flooded in. He grabbed his knife and stumbled back to his flask on the floor. He unscrewed the top with shaking fingers. Pain lanced his gums where his fangs strained to surge out. A vampire's hunger was always worst when he first awoke. He gulped down Blisky. Slowly his hunger was quenched. His fangs retreated and relaxed. God, how he hated being a slave to this hunger. It was why he always carried an extra supply of synthetic blood in his flask. As the last drop slid down his throat, he reveled in the renewed strength that coursed through his body. He was powerful once again. He would save Emma. The door swung open. Bouchard sauntered in, carrying a candlestick. "Bonsoir, mes amis. Hubert, I want you to fetch us some tasty mortals for breakfast." He halted with a gasp. "Hubert, what are you doing, lying with that woman?" Angus zoomed toward Bouchard and plunged his dagger into the chubby vampire's heart. Bouchard squealed, then turned to dust. Yuri and Alec ran in, both armed with swords. Angus was outnumbered, but he knew he'd be stronger. He'd already fed, and they had not. He dodged Alec's attack, then fended off Yuri. Katya entered, carrying her blowpipe. "You fools! There is only one way to subdue him." She lifted her pipe to her mouth. At the last minute, Angus spun, grabbed Yuri, and turned him to face the oncoming dart. Yuri stiffened and fell, the dart embedded in his chest. Katya's eyes flashed with anger. "Alec, kill the woman!" "Of course." Alec dashed toward Emma, his sword raised. "Nay," Angus shouted. Katya lifted a hand to stop Alec. "I will spare her, Angus, if you surrender to me." Angus hesitated. He needed to buy more time so he and Emma could escape. He released his knife. It clattered to the stone floor. With a sneer, Katya kicked his knife aside. "I always knew you were a fool. You could have had me, but you chose that lowly bug. I will enjoy watching you suffer." Angus gritted his teeth. "I'm certain you will. 'Tis in your nature to be cruel and vicious." She scoffed. "There was a time when you said I was beautiful and full of potential." He eyed her sadly. "I wanted ye to be good, Katya. I wanted ye to use your powers for good. 'Tis not too late." "And you think she is good?" Katya glared at Emma on the floor. "That bitch is a murderer. She deserves to die. And if I give her to Casimir, he will spare my life." She gave Angus a seductive look. "You wouldn't want me to die, would you?"
We had such good times together. You're already dead to me. She took in a hissing breath and pulled a dart from her pocket. I will make you pay, Angus McKay. You will wish you were never born. She jammed the dart into his chest. He crumpled to the ground. His body refused to move. Despair seeped into his bones. He'd bought Emma some more time, but now he was unable to defend her. Alec and Katya took turns going out to feed. Then Katya removed his sporran. He closed his eyes so he wouldn't have to see her triumphant smirk. Alec hauled him out of the cellar and dumped him in the alley. Angus cursed silently. Here he was, alone and free to go, but he couldn't move. Soon Alec returned, carrying Emma. He set her down and frisked her. A cell phone. Alec removed the phone from Emma's pocket and handed it to Katya. Ironic, don't you think? She punched a button on his phone. I can use your horse phone to take you to your doom. She leaned down to grab his arm. Galina, we're coming. Katya vanished, taking Angus with her. He felt a floating sensation, then a hard floor beneath him. He opened his eyes to look around. They were in an old stone building, sparsely furnished. Alec appeared next to him, carrying Emma. How do you like my place? A red-haired female asked. Angus recognized her from the last vampire ball. She'd been there with Ivan Petrovsky. This had to be Galina, the former harem girl who had helped Katya murder Ivan so they could be co-masters of the Russian coven. It's perfect. Katya looked around. Do you have the room ready for our guests? Galina laughed. Oh, yes. They're going to love it. She waved at a bulky blond man. Pyaryan, will you and Miroslav carry our guest? The two male vampires hefted Angus up and followed Galina outside. Where's Yuri? Galina asked. Detained, Katya muttered. He'll join us later. Angus looked around the best he could. The night sky was clear, the stars bright. It was later in the night here than in Paris, so they had traveled east. They might be in eastern Russia since Katya came from there. He recalled reading a report on Galina. She'd come from the Ukraine, so that was another possibility. They were definitely in the countryside. The nearby hills were forested. An old stone wall encircled the property. A wooden barn nearby was falling down. He spotted Alec carrying Emma. They proceeded down some stone steps. A storm cellar? A root cellar? He heard a heavy door creak open. Put her on the cot there, Galina ordered. He heard bed springs squeak. He was dumped on the floor. There's one light, Galina said. With a small click, the room was lit by a lone light bulb dangling from the ceiling. Angus blinked. The whole room seemed to shimmer with sparkly lights. Galina laughed. Pretty, isn't it? Expensive, Katya muttered. The plates on the ceiling are pure silver, Galina boasted. And the walls, window and door are covered with silver necklaces. It's almost like the old chain mail that knights wore. As long as it keeps them from escaping. Alec prowled around the room examining the walls. Oh, it works, Galina assured them. I had Miroslav try teleporting through the walls, and he couldn't. He bounced right off and ended up with severe burns. And Pyaryan tried to send telepathic messages to me, but nothing could come through. Excellent. Katya sounded pleased. Now, all we need to do is locate Casimir and offer him our little gifts. They filed from the room and slammed the door shut. A bolt slid across. Angus closed his eyes. As soon as the nightshade wore off, he would see to their escape. But a room lined with silver would be difficult. Thank God Emma was mortal. Silver wouldn't burn her, nor would it stop her from using her psychic abilities. An hour or so passed. Then he heard movement on the cot. Emma? He managed to croak. She groaned. He cleared his throat. Emma. That sounded better. God, my head hurts. The cot creaked. Are you all right? Gonna move. Nightshade. Oh, bummer. The cot squeaked again. Shit, they took the phone. Footsteps came toward him. She knelt beside him. He saw her face, splotched with purple and black bruises. Bugger. She touched her face and winced. Lovely, huh? You're always lovely, but I feel badly that you were fighting for your life, and I was not able to help you. I feel badly for getting us into this mess. She looked him over. They took your sporin. She gave him a sly look. I mean your purse. He growled. Any idea where we are? I'm guessing either Western Russia or the Ukraine. I cannot teleport or send psychic messages through the silver. Silver? She glanced around, then up at the ceiling. Good heavens, it's everywhere. I wish I could touch you, he whispered. It grieves me to see ye in pain. Her gaze lowered back to his face. With a small smile, she touched his cheek. What happened while I was knocked out? I killed Bouchard. Oh, her eyes widened. Wicked. Congratulations. Yuri and Alec attacked. Katya missed with her blowpipe and hit Yuri. Emma grinned, then winced at the pain. Ouch. I guess the royal bitch managed to hit you eventually. Aye. Emma gave him a worried look. I get the feeling there's something personal between you and her. Angus closed his eyes briefly. It was a mistake, and a long time ago. She hates you now. She hates you too. Emma smiled. Well, I did kill 6 of her men. 'Tis more than that. She suspects that I care very deeply about you. Emma's smile faded. She could be wrong. Nay, she's always had good instincts. Emma's eyes glistened with tears as she touched his face. I'm so sorry. They would have never captured us if I'd stayed put like you asked. But they would have kept killing every night until we came. The showdown was inevitable. She leaned closer. I'll get us out of here, somehow. We'll do it together. She searched his eyes, and he thought his heart would break. Her gaze lowered to his mouth. She touched her lips against his, then sat up. His mouth quirked. I'm completely helpless. Are ye sure you wouldn't like to have your way with me? She snorted. You're such a he-man. She rose to her feet and moved from his view. Oh, gross! Her voice came from a far corner. Our bathroom consists of a wooden tub, a bucket of water, and a chamber pot. I used a chamber pot for centuries. You'll get used to it. I guess, she muttered. I really need to go. Then go. He heard a series of curses and scrambling noises. They call this toilet paper? I could file my nails with this stuff. Finally, she announced she was done. He heard a splash of water as she rinsed her hands. She paced around the room. Next time, we're staying at the Hilton. Something hit the floor. What was that? Angus asked. I turned the cot onto its side. She grabbed him under the shoulders and dragged him. He tried to move his legs to help, but they were still dead weight. She propped him up against the cot in a sitting position. There, isn't that better? Yes. He could see more of the room now. A screen hid the primitive bathroom in the corner. Other than the cot, the only furniture was a small round table and 2 chairs. High up on the eastern wall, there was a small window. The bolt on the door scraped. Emma grabbed a chair and plastered herself against the wall next to the door. The door creaked open. No one came in. A woman's voice on a walkie-talkie spoke in Russian. Put the chair down, Alec's voice ordered. We know what you are doing. We have cameras in the room. Emma lowered the chair and gazed around the room. The Russian vampire Burian stepped inside and pointed a machine gun at her. She raised her hands. Alec marched into the room with a tray in his hands. We saw you were awake. We thought you might be hungry." He set the tray on the table. "Ye make a good servant," Angus muttered. "Indeed," Emma agreed with a sweet smile. "Be a dear and empty the chamber pot for me." Alec glared at them both. "We are watching your every move, and very soon we expect it to be quite entertaining." Chuckling, he left the room. Burien followed him. The door slammed shut, causing all the silver on it to glimmer. The bolt slid home. Emma brought the chair back to the table. "What a creep. After I eat, I'll find all the cameras and destroy them." She touched the stuff in the bowl and tasted it from her fingertip. "Porridge. Not bad, actually, and I'm starving." Angus sighed. His flask was gone. His heart twisted. Poor Emma. Katya had come up with the perfect way to torture them both. No wonder she wanted to watch. "I hate to eat alone." Emma sat at the table, frowning. "Those jerks didn't bring you any food at all." Then her eyes met his, and her spoon dropped with a clatter on the table. At last, she was realizing the true nature of their imprisonment. "Aye," Angus told her. "As far as they're concerned, they have left me a source of food." Chapter 20. Sean Whalen hesitated on the sidewalk in front of Roman Dragonesti's townhouse. He suspected they were holding Emma Wallace prisoner inside. When Emma hadn't shown up for the Wednesday meeting, he'd been mildly concerned. She could be running late or feeling poorly, but she wasn't answering her home phone or cell phone. Ground floor security reported she'd left the building early the night before with a man from McKay Security and Investigation, the company that provided security for Roman Dragonesti and Jean-Lucas Sharp. Since those two were powerful coven masters, Sean figured the company's owner, Angus McKay, was also a vampire. In fact, he suspected Angus McKay was the newly arrived Scotsman living at Dragonesti's townhouse. Damn it. Sean had known something was wrong the other night when he thought he'd heard Emma scream. These vampire men were despicable. First, they kidnapped and seduced his daughter. Now they were after Emma. The front door opened. Sean stiffened. The bastards inside had seen him. His revolver was tucked into his belt behind his back, fully loaded with silver bullets. The vampire named Connor stood in the doorway, wearing his usual red and green plaid kilt. "Did ye have a question, Whalen? Or were ye planning to glare at us all night?" Sean strode to the base of the stairs. "I have a question, scumbag. Are you holding Emma Wallace against her will?" The Scotsman arched a brow. "'Cause if you are," Sean continued, "I'll have 50 FBI agents here in 10 minutes to tear this place apart." "We know Emma Wallace is missing." A pained look crossed Connor's face briefly. "One of ours is missing too." Sean frowned. "Are you saying they ran off together?" Connor's eyes glimmered with anger. "Nay, they were kidnapped, and they're in grave danger. We're doing our best to find them." He started to close the door. "Wait!" Sean climbed a stair. "Do you know who kidnapped them?" Connor paused, then opened the door wider. "'Twas Katya Miniskaya and some of her Russian malcontents." "Why would they want your friend?" Connor gave him an irritated look. "If ye had listened to your daughter, you would know there are two factions amongst us." "Yeah, right," Sean interrupted him. "I've heard it before. Then why did they take Emma?" Connor snorted. "It is amazing how little ye know. Emma Wallace is the slayer. She's killed at least 4 malcontents since last summer. No doubt Katya is seeking revenge." "Emma is a slayer?" Sean couldn't believe it. Why would she keep that a secret? Hell, he would have given her a medal. Connor gritted his teeth. "She's the cause of this trouble. Angus was trying to protect her. Now Katya has them both." "Angus McKay?" "Aye. He's been watching her, trying to keep her safe." "What can we do?"
Sean winced when he realized he'd used the word we. Connor studied him, then nodded once. All right. I see no harm in an exchange of information. Okay. Sean agreed readily, since he didn't have any. You go first. Connor gave him a suspicious look, then crossed his arms. They were taken to Paris. We notified the coven there, and they found the place where Angus and Emma were held prisoner. There were signs of a great struggle. Several dead bodies, both vampire and mortal. A Russian named Yuri was captured. He'll be interrogated as soon as he can speak. And Emma? Her tote bag was found. So was Angus's spoor and a knife. We believe they were teleported someplace, perhaps in Russia, since Katya comes from there. We're searching for them now. Connor tilted his head. What information do ye have? Sean smiled. None, but thanks for sharing. Pompous arse, Connor muttered. Have you no been conducting a surveillance of the Russian coven? Surely ye heard something. Katya must have been planning this for days. Our bugs were discovered a few days ago and destroyed by some nasty guy from Poland. He told Katya that Casimir was angry with her for killing Ivan Petrovsky. He demanded she catch the slayer by Saturday. Sean blinked. Shit, he meant Emma. Ye knew more than ye realized, Waylon. Ye need to plant your bugs again. Someone in the Russian coven may know where Katya is hiding. We can't get in. There are too many mafia thugs watching the place during the day. Connor tilted his head, thinking. I know a way in. If we help ye plant the bugs, will ye share any information ye learn? Sean hesitated. The idea of allying himself with vampires was sickening. Connor glowered at him. We are the best equipped to find Miss Wallace. Would ye sacrifice her because of your hatred? The vampire was right, but it still left a sour taste in Sean's mouth. We'll cooperate, just this once. Wait here. Connor went into the house, then returned with a piece of paper. This is my number. As soon as ye have your surveillance van in position, call me. 40 minutes later, Sean and Garrett were in their white van parked down the street from the Russian vampire's house in Brooklyn. Sean made the call. Keep talking, Connor ordered. What? Hello? Are you there? Sean glanced at Garrett. He doesn't answer. 2 figures appeared in the van. Shit! Garrett jumped back and fell off his chair. Connor let go of the one who had traveled with him. He was a young black man in torn jeans and a gray hooded sweatshirt. This is Phineas McKinney, Connor said. He knows what to do, right, Phineas? Right. Phineas rubbed his palms nervously on his jeans. I hope I can help find Miss Wallace and Angus. I really feel bad about goofing up. Goofing up? Sean asked. A long story. Do you have the bugs? Connor asked. Yes. Sean handed them to Phineas and gave him some last-minute directions. I got it. Phineas stuffed the bugs in his sweatshirt pocket and glanced at Connor. I won't let you down, man. Connor smiled slightly. I know, lad. You'll do fine. Phineas exited the back of the van and strolled toward the Russian's house. He opened the front door and sauntered inside. Jesus Louise, Garrett muttered. How can he just walk in like that? They transformed him about a week ago, Connor explained. They think he lives there. But he works for you now? Sean asked. Aye. He's a good lad. He couldn't take to their evil ways. Sean snorted. You think the Russians are the only evil ones around here? Connor glared at him. In the mortal world, there are good and evil people. Why should it be any different in the vampire world? Because you're all evil, Sean swallowed the words. Though for the sake of his daughter, he hoped her husband wasn't abusing her. And it was odd the way Connor and Phineas seemed to care about Angus McKay's safety. Was there friendship and loyalty in the vampire world? The van remained quiet while they waited. A few minutes later, The first surveillance screen flickered, then came on. "We're live," Garrett announced. "Looks like Katya's office." The second and third screen came on with different views of her office. "Testing, testing," Phineas murmured, his face in a camera. He suddenly turned toward the office door. "Oh, Stan the man. Hey, bro, what's up?" A male entered the sights of cameras 2 and 3. "What are you doing here? Where have you been?" he asked with a Russian accent. Phineas shrugged. "I needed a sabbatical, man. A little rest and relaxation with my old ladies. You know how it is." He adjusted his jeans. "A man has needs that cannot be denied." The Russian snorted. "You should have brought them here." "Oh, yeah, you're right. Next time I will. I know this sweet little blonde named Tina. Man, is she hot." The Russian wandered toward the desk. "What are you doing in Katya's office?" "I thought since I was gone a few days I should tell the queen bitch that I'm back. But she's not here. Hell, nobody seems to be here. Where'd everybody go?" The Russian crossed his arms, frowning. "They left the country, but they didn't invite me." "Well, that sucks." Phineas looked indignant. "They didn't invite me either." The Russian sighed. "I think they all went to Galina's place. She left early to prepare it for their visit." "Who's Galina? Is she hot?" The Russian smiled. "Very hot. You don't know her?" "She's the most beautiful." "Oh, right. She left before you came here." "Damn. I hope she comes back." The Russian nodded. "I do too. I asked if I could go with her, but she took Buryan and Miroslav." "Those two morons? She's got lousy taste. Where do you think she went?" The Russian shrugged. "Probably to the Ukraine." Phineas laughed. "Never heard of it. Well, I'm off. Got some hoes waiting for me. You understand." He strolled out of view. "Can you bring me one?" The Russian followed him. The office was empty. 5 minutes later, Phineas left the house and sauntered down the sidewalk. He tapped on the back door of the van and climbed inside. "Ye did vera well, lad." Connor patted him on the back. Phineas sat up straighter. "Hell yeah. Whenever you need an undercover brother, just call me, Dr. Fang." "Dr. Fang?" Sean asked. Garrett snickered. "We'll concentrate our search on the Ukraine." Connor grabbed Phineas's arm. "We must go." "Wait," Sean raised a hand. "If you find out anything, you'll let me know." Connor nodded. "We'll do our best to save them both." He and Phineas disappeared. "They're so weird," Garrett mumbled. "I mean, they really seem to care." Vampires who cared? Sean wondered. Could Shanna be right? And what about her baby? She was supposed to have it soon. What kind of creature would it be? Emma gave up on eating her oatmeal. She'd lost her appetite. She stood and surveyed the small room, but avoided looking at Angus. "I'll try to find those cameras." She spotted one high up on the windowsill of the eastern wall, too high to reach, so she shoved the table underneath. "Emma." She ventured a quick look at Angus. "Yes?" "You're perfectly safe for now. I still can't move. And I found the flask you left me, so I'm full." Safe for now. How long could he retain his gentlemanly demeanor before primal survival instincts took over? Would he attack her like the ones who had attacked her parents? She hated the thought of being dinner. Still, she didn't blame Angus. He couldn't help it. He was what he was. "We'll get through this, somehow." She glanced up at the camera. "But I really don't want an audience." She climbed up on the table and reached between the silver chains to grab the camera. "I bet these chains burned the vampire who put this here." Most likely it was mortals who hung all the silver and placed the cameras. The malcontents have probably taken control of the nearby village, using the mortals for food and labor. Emma pivoted on the table and examined the sparkling room. It must have cost a fortune.
'Tis easy to steal when ye can teleport. Emma slanted him a wry look. And you know this how? He grinned. My sneaking about is legitimate work for my company. Right. She sat and slid to her feet. With all your powers, you were never tempted to do anything naughty. His smile faded as his gaze grew more intense. I have been tempted greatly of late. Her cheeks grew warm. Time to change the subject. I know a good place for this camera. She sauntered behind the screen and dropped it into the chamber pot. She strolled along the northern wall of their cell, searching for another camera. How old were you when you were transformed? 33. She grabbed a silver chain and tugged hard. It held firm. And you said you were married? Aye. I tried going home after Roman changed me, but my wife couldn't accept me. She was afraid of the creature I had become. Emma glanced at him. I'm so sorry. Are you? I believe ye intend to reject me for the same reason. Wincing, she turned back to the wall. Time to change the subject again. She spotted a tiny camera over the door. Were you able to watch your children and grandchildren grow up? She dragged a chair over to the door. I kept an eye on my descendants, trying to protect them, but I could never be there during the day. A pained look haunted his face. I lost so many at Culloden, and those who survived suffered greatly from the oppression to follow. Many left for America, and I lost track of them. He closed his eyes briefly. Nay, the truth is, I was weary of watching them suffer. I didn't have the heart to keep up with them any longer. I'm so sorry. At least you still have Robbie. Aye. He'll inherit the company and my castle if I perish. Nothing's going to happen to you. We're going to be fine. She stepped up on the chair and ripped the camera off the wall. You're lucky you still have family. Do ye have no one, Emma? A few cousins in Texas, but I hardly know them. She jumped down from the chair and headed toward their primitive bathroom. My father worked for North Sea Petroleum. She dropped the second camera into the chamber pot. He was stationed in Houston when he met my mom. My brother and I were born there, so we both had dual citizenship. She gave him a wry look as she came around the screen. But I bet you already know all about me from checking out my profile at MI6. He smiled. I like hearing it from you. How long did ye live in Texas? She scanned the west wall as she talked. We moved back to England when I was 7. My brother was 10. My dad always liked working abroad, and sometimes he would take Mum with him. My brother and I would stay with Aunt Effie in Scotland. And your aunt had psychic powers too? Yes. She was my dad's sister. They both had it. She's the one who taught me how to contact Dad over a long distance. No cameras on the west wall. Emma moved to the north wall. She died 4 years ago. She left me her cottage by Linlithgow. And your brother? Emma sighed. He died in a motorcycle accident when he was 16. And then ye saw the deaths of your parents in your mind. She turned to glare at him. Are you trying to cheer me up? 'Cause you're doing a lousy job of it. I'm sorry. I know what it's like to mourn. He extended a hand to her. You're no longer alone. You can move? She walked toward him. I have feeling back in my arms, but no my legs. He reached for her hand and tugged. I have a few things to say. She sat beside him. Yes? See if any of the chains can be torn from the wall. If ye can remove enough of them, I may be able to teleport us out. Okay. She started to stand, but he tugged her back down. I canna send psychic messages through the silver, but ye can. Dinna do it at night, though, for the malcontents will hear ye and find a way to stop you. You'll need to send your messages during the day while they sleep. But the good vampires will be sleeping too. Who will hear me during the day? I'm hoping ye can reach Austin. He's somewhere in Eastern Europe. Okay, I'll try. She started once again to get up. but he held tight to her hand. One more thing. Austin's wife was a vampire, but Roman was able to change her back. Emma nodded. You mentioned that before, but I gathered you weren't interested in having the procedure done on you. Nay, it wouldn't work on me. Roman can only do it if he has a sample of the mortal's original DNA, and mine is long lost. He would need a blood sample taken before ye were transformed. She blinked. You think I might get transformed? I think we should be prepared for the possibility. If Casimir transforms you, wait till ye can escape, then go to Roman so he can change you back. It won't get that bad. We'll escape before Casimir arrives. Angus squeezed her hand. Emma, I have pledged to protect ye from harm, but we're outnumbered. Casimir and his followers are vicious, and I'm no invincible. Nothing will happen to you. I won't let it. He smiled sadly. I love your fierce spirit, lass, but we must be prepared. Let me do this, so I'll have the peace of knowing that ye can be made mortal again if the need arises. She frowned. What do you want to do? We need a small sample of your blood, and ye need to keep it hidden on you, not me. If I'm killed, everything on me will turn to dust. He raised her arm and pushed back her sleeve. We should do it now, while I am not too hungry. That way, I will not lose control. You're going to bite me? Would ye prefer using the spoon on the table? We have nothing sharp here. She took a deep breath. Okay, what the heck? Bite me. She gritted her teeth and turned her head. He snorted. Emma, I have promised to never harm you. I am a man of my word. She turned back to him. Then how? Trust me. He brought her arm up to his mouth and licked the soft underside of her forearm. Her arm tingled. Pleasantly. Very pleasantly. How? It needn't hurt, lass. Only the evil vampires make it painful, for they enjoy inciting terror more than giving pleasure. He licked her again. The tingling grew and shimmered up her arm. Wow, she breathed. Wicked. Let me in, his mind spoke to hers. She relaxed her psychic barrier. Why? To heighten the pleasure for both of us. He licked her again. Her whole body tingled. He placed his mouth over her arm and suckled. She felt her blood rushing through her body as it was drawn down her arm to his lips. Gooseflesh prickled her arms and legs. Her toes curled under. Her hands fisted. Each time he sucked, the pull inside her grew stronger and deeper. It pulled at her chest, then her stomach, then at the core between her legs. He groaned. Ye feel so good. Something pricked her arm and entered her. She jolted when it mirrored a probing sensation between her legs. He lifted his head. Blood welled from 2 small puncture wounds. He grabbed the sheet off the cot. 2 tiny droplets of blood ran down her arm toward her wrist. He wiped them with the corner of the sheet. There. That should be enough. I'm still bleeding. More blood trickled from the wounds. Oddly enough, it didn't hurt at all. Her skin had become so sensitive that the trickle of blood felt like the tickling caress of a lover. I can stop it. He placed his mouth over the wounds and sucked. Ah! Emma squeezed her thighs together. It felt like he was between her legs. With each suck, she felt the tension rising. Ye taste so good. I knew ye would. He swirled his tongue around the wounds, and her body jolted with spasms. She collapsed, her head falling onto his thighs. He let go of her arm and ripped off the corner of the sheet. Here. He tucked the blood-stained cloth into her pants pocket. She struggled to catch her breath. What the hell was that? She looked at him and was met with red, glowing eyes. His mouth quirked. The tip of one of his fangs showed. Was it good for you, too? She smiled. Careful, big guy.
We don't have any dry cleaners nearby. Chapter 21. When Emma awoke, it was daytime. She lay on the cot for a moment, wondering how she'd gotten there. Her last memory was her lying on the floor, her head in Angus's lap while he stroked her hair and entertained her with tales from his past. He'd talked into the wee hours of the morning, and she must have fallen asleep. He'd straightened the cot and put her to bed. She sat up and stretched. Sunlight was pouring through the little window in the eastern wall. It left a rectangular block of light on the western wall. She jumped to her feet, suddenly worried there was too much sun in the room. She spotted Angus lying on the stone floor beneath the table. "Angus!" She ran to him and crouched beneath the table. His face was lifeless, his body still. She touched his cheek and was surprised by how warm it felt. Too much sun? Those damned vampires should have given him a coffin. But of course, they didn't care if he burned. Katya wanted him to suffer. She hurried to the primitive bathroom. The camera sat face down in the chamber pot, and the urine was reddish, tinted with blood. Was that from Angus? She grimaced. This was more than she wanted to know about the vampire world. The wooden tub also had water in it. He must have cleaned up before his death sleep. By the time she used the pot, it was almost full. Hopefully, someone would come to empty it, and that would give her a good opportunity for escape. She moved the screen to the table, curling it around the table to protect Angus from the sun. She retrieved the pillow from the cot and placed it under his head. Not that he could feel the difference, but it looked more comfy. She began reaching out telepathically. "Austin, can you hear me? This is Emma. We need your help." She repeated the message over and over as she methodically examined each wall, testing each silver strand for strength. Every now and then, she found one she could break loose, but never a group together. She doubted Angus could teleport through a 6-inch square. She estimated it was about noon when she heard the bolt scrape. She grabbed a chair and flattened herself against the wall next to the door. It slowly creaked open. She waited for someone to enter so she could clobber him. A tray of food was pushed into the room. It scraped along the floor, pushed by a garden hoe. The door started to close. "Wait!" Emma dropped the chair and jumped in front of the door. "I need to talk to you. The chamber pot needs emptying." A woman stood at the bottom of the stone steps, holding the garden hoe. The man next to her pointed a hunting rifle at Emma. She raised her hands. "We'll pay you if you let us go." She motioned toward Angus with her head. "He's a very rich man." The man and woman gazed at her blankly. Emma translated into Russian, but they didn't seem to understand. She noticed the puncture wounds on their necks. The malcontents had them on a tight leash. She tried a psychic assault, hoping to break the vampire's control. The man and woman gasped, then quickly shut the door. "Wait!" Emma yelled. She heard their footsteps running up the stairs. "What about the chamber pot?" Shit. She grabbed the tray and settled on the cot. Cold ham and fried potatoes. A jug of water. Her gaze wandered to the table. She could see Angus's long legs jutting out past the screen. How hungry would he be when he woke up? She redoubled her efforts to contact Austin, and she kept trying to find a weak spot in the walls. After a few hours, she grew sleepy, so she used the bucket of cold water to take a quick shower. It woke her up, and she kept working. It was late afternoon when she heard a response. "Emma, I hear you." "Austin!" She ran to the window as if expecting to see him peer inside. "Where are you?" "Budapest, Hungary. I heard you and Angus were captured. Any idea where you are?" "We think we're in the Ukraine," Emma sighed. "But we're not sure." "Can you describe the place?" She recited all the information Angus had told her. Countryside, forested hills, old stone house, rotting wooden barn. There was a pause. Austin? I'm here. Darcy and I will start driving east toward the Ukraine border. Keep in touch. I'll be able to tell if we're getting closer. An hour later, Austin was sure they were getting closer. The bolt scraped and the door swung open. 2 men with hunting rifles marched in. Emma held up her hands. The woman she'd seen before came in with a bucket of water. She took it to the bathroom area and picked up the chamber pot. Thank God, Emma muttered. She couldn't tell if the woman noticed the cameras inside. Her face remained blank. Emma tried her Russian on the 2 men. The vampires are controlling you. They stared at her, expressionless. Katya is evil, Emma announced. One of the guards smiled, his eyes glassy. Katya. Galina, the other one whispered, smiling. Slave dogs, Emma muttered, eyeing the punctures on their necks. A teenage girl came in with a tray of food that she deposited on the cot. Emma frowned at the wounds on her neck. Those damn vampires should leave the children alone. The woman returned with a fresh chamber pot. Then she and the girl hauled the tub of water toward the door. How would you all like a free vacation to the resort of your choice? I'm talking first-class hotels with real bathrooms. You know, indoor plumbing, towels. Emma was met with blank looks. The females carried the tub up the stairs, then returned with it empty. They set it back in the bathroom. Do you realize those vampires are making you do all the work? Emma asked. She glared at the men. And you just stand there and let the ladies do the work? The teenage girl retrieved Emma's lunch tray, and they all filed from the room. They shut the door and shot the bolt. Nice talking to you, Emma shouted. With a sigh, she sat on the cot and ate her dinner. The room grew darker. Hurry, Austin. The sun is setting. That's good, he answered. I can contact our vamp buddies, and we'll have more people searching for you. Angus told me not to talk to you after sunset. Our captors will hear me. I understand. We're almost to the border. You sound much closer. We'll see you soon. I hope so, Emma whispered, as the last of the sunlight disappeared. The lone light bulb on the ceiling shone. A sudden movement caught her attention. Angus's legs had twitched. She heard a deep breath from behind the screen. She swallowed hard. Her vampire roommate was awake. With his first breath, a powerful hunger seized Angus. He was always hungry upon first awakening, but this was worse than usual. He was used to having at least 3 bottles of synthetic blood during the course of each night. Last night, the contents of his flask and the small amount he'd taken from Emma added up to half his usual intake. He could have taken more from Emma. He'd been sorely tempted to, but he'd wanted her alert and strong during the day so she could try to escape. She was still here. He could smell her. Her blood rushed through her veins, calling to him, offering him the gift of life. His senses remembered the sweet taste of her. Pain speared his gums when his fangs strained to release. Raw need slammed into his gut, and his brain screamed to take her. His body shook. With a moan, he rolled into a fetal position. No, no. He would not become a raging monster. Angus, are you all right? Stay back. Luckily, the screen she'd placed around the table kept him hidden. He didn't want her to see him so weak. And he didn't want to see her. One look at her and... He cried out when his fangs shot forth. The devil take it. He was losing this battle. His stomach seized with a cramp. He had to bite. Something, anything. He pushed up the sleeve of his knit jumper and sank his fangs into his arm. There was a jolt of pain, then instant relief. He drew blood into his mouth, and the hunger eased a little, just enough for him to see and think clearly again. He could see through the gap between the floor and the bottom edge of the screen. He could see Emma's feet as she paced about the room. Her scent wafted toward him, sweet and fresh. He pulled more blood from his arm. Cannibalizing himself would buy him some time, but it would also make him weak. He could survive tonight, but tomorrow? His primal instincts would take over, and he'd be as vicious as any malcontent. He would tear into Emma with the ferocity of a monster. His hunger would be so great, he would most likely kill her. With the edge off his hunger, he was able to retract his fangs. With a groan, he sat up. His head grazed the underside of the tabletop. Angus. Emma's footsteps stopped in front of the screen. Are you all right? She smelled so good. Stay back. Across the room. I can tell you're suffering. Maybe I should give you a little, like yesterday. Nay, I wouldn't be able to stop, and I do not want you weak. Most likely she would be fighting for her life in the next few days. The best chance he could give her was to keep her strong. Her footsteps moved back. I have good news. I made contact with Austin. He and Darcy were in Hungary, and they're coming to the Ukraine. He could tell he was getting closer to us. That's good. And now that it was dark, there would be friendly vamps searching for them too. They could move much faster than mortals. Still, the Ukraine was a big country. He pulled his jumper over his head so his arms would be bare and easy to bite. Hunger still gnawed at his stomach and clouded his thinking. It would be a long night. Last night, after Emma had fallen asleep, he'd ripped a wooden slat from a chair back and taken the spoon from the table. He'd spent the rest of the night scraping the spoon along the slat's edge. He'd hidden them under his kilt while he slept. They were still on the floor under the table. He examined the piece of wood. He'd succeeded in narrowing one end, but it still wasn't pointed enough to make a good steak. He grabbed the spoon and went back to work, scraping and whittling. What are you doing? Emma asked from across the room. Making you a weapon. How? He didn't answer. It took all his energy to keep control of his hunger and keep whittling. After a while, she spoke again. I tried to pull the silver off the walls, but I couldn't find an opening big enough for you to teleport us out. I'm sorry. He made a noise of acknowledgement. He wouldn't have the energy to teleport anyway. His only hope rested in the vamps finding them before sunrise. It was Friday night, he realized. Shanna would be having her baby, and it was exactly 1 week since he'd met Emma. It seemed like a lifetime. He kept whittling. The wood slowly took the shape of a stake. When hunger overcame him, he sank his fangs into his arm. Sometime after midnight, he heard the creaking of the cot. Ye should sleep. Ye need to be awake during the day to make contact with Austin. I know, she yawned. I just kept hoping the good guys would appear. Do you think Katya's found Casimir yet? I do not know. I'm certain she's trying, but I cannot hear them through the silver. Soon after, he heard her soft, even breathing and knew she was asleep. Her pulse slowed to a steady, hypnotic beat. He crawled out from under the table and looked at her. She was beautiful, so brave and pure of heart. He returned her pillow, gently lifting her head to slide it underneath. His hand lingered on her neck. Her pulse called to him, and he backed away. He stripped and stepped into the wooden tub. He used half the water from the bucket to wash. The mixture of cold water and cool night air was uncomfortable enough to take his mind off the hunger and pain, for a little while. He put his kilt and t-shirt back on. He returned the screen to the bathroom area. The glaring light from the ceiling light bulb bothered him, seemed to make his head ache more, so he set a chair under the light bulb, climbed up, and gave it a quick twist. The light went out, and the room became soothingly dark. He returned the chair to the table, then sat and waited. The steak lay finished on the table in front of him. Emma lay on the cot like a gourmet feast, his for the taking. There were only a few hours before sunrise. He could only hope his friends would come soon. Emma had fallen asleep to the soft, rhythmic sound of metal scraping wood. When another similar sound interrupted her sleep, she ignored it and snuggled deeper under the blanket. She turned her head and realized vaguely that her pillow was back. Angus was looking out for her while she slept. The scraping sound repeated. Poor guy, still making steaks. It had to be almost dawn. She could hear the birds outside chirping and feel that calm stillness before the day began. She should wish Angus good night before he slipped into his death sleep. She opened her eyes and noted the lighter gray light around the window. Angus would be settling down underneath the table. She glanced toward the table. It wasn't there. Neither was the screen. It had been put back in the corner bathroom. Where was Angus? She sat up and heard a creak behind her. She turned and gasped. Angus had pushed the table against the western wall and was climbing up. She glanced back at the window and jumped to her feet. When the sun rose, it would pour through the window directly onto him. "What are you doing?" She ran toward him. Was the fool trying to kill himself? She halted when the truth slammed into her. He was. He looked at her sadly. "I dinna want ye to see this." "I can't believe you're doing this. Come down before you get burned." "I swore to protect you, Emma, and your worst threat right now comes from me." "Bullshit." She yanked at his kilt. "Shame on you. I can't believe you would give up this easily." "Ye think I do this lightly?" His eyes blazed with anger. "Look at me." He showed her his arms. She gasped at the sight of so many wounds. He leaned over to make closer eye contact. "That could have been you." Tears blurred her eyes. How much had he suffered to keep from biting her? "I'm sorry." "You do not understand the terrible power of this hunger." He straightened. "Even now, I can barely keep myself from tearing into your throat." She winced. "I know it's bad, but we can't give up. You'll fall asleep soon, then it won't bother you anymore." He glanced at the window and set his jaw. "This is the best way." "Stubborn man." He was pissing her off. "Stop being a damned hero and come down." She grabbed his leg and pulled. He stumbled and caught himself by placing a hand on the wall behind him. A terrible hissing sound came from the silver burning his flesh. He pulled his hand away, grimacing. "Oh, God, I'm sorry." Emma tried to help steady him. "Please come down." "'Tis better this way. Let me go." "No, I refuse to lose you." Her tears threatened to overflow. "I've lost everyone. I'm not losing you." His eyes glimmered with moisture. "If I wake at sunset, I will attack you. I'd rather die than cause your death." "It won't happen." She grabbed his kilt in her fist. "When the sun rises, I'll make contact with Austin. I'll lead him here. We'll be rescued. We'll be okay, Angus. Please." He closed his eyes. She could see the struggle he was enduring in his furrowed brow and clenched teeth. He swayed on his feet. She glanced back at the window and saw the rosy tint of the sky. The sun was on the horizon. Soon it would shine through the window and land on Angus. "Don't leave me," she whispered. A tear rolled down her cheek. He opened his eyes. "I pray you're no mistaken." "I'm not. Austin will find us today. I swear he will." Angus bent down and eased off the table. His legs gave out, and he collapsed onto the floor. "Death sleep," he whispered. She leaned over him. "It's all right. I'll move you to a safer place." "Not much time." He motioned to the table. "Steak." She found the steak. It was crude, but it would work. Even in pain, Angus had managed to give her a way to protect herself. "I'll be honored to use this on the malcontents. Thank you." "If Austin doesna make it in time, use it on me." The steak fell from her hand. Her heart froze. "No!" "If I awake, the hunger will take me. You must stop me." "No!" She scooted back. Tears glimmered in his green eyes.
I swore never to hurt you." "You are hurting me. I can't do it. I care too much about you." A tear slipped down his cheek, tinted red with blood. "If ye care, do not allow me to hurt you. I couldna live with myself." "Angus." She moved closer and wiped the tear from his cheek. He smiled slightly. "Ye were wanting to kill me for days." She sniffed and wiped a tear from her face. "Not anymore." "I'll be in my death sleep," he whispered. "I will not feel a thing." His eyes closed. "Angus." She leaned over him, her hands on his cheeks. He wasn't breathing. He was gone. Her heart constricted with pain. She couldn't bear to lose him. "I love you." She laid her head on his chest and let the tears flow. How could she ever harm Angus? In just a week, he'd taught her so much. That good, honorable men like him stayed the same after death. That she'd existed for too long, with only hatred and revenge in her heart. Love was a much nobler cause to live for. Love didn't follow its own selfish agenda. It was willing to make sacrifices for others. How strange that it took an undead man to show her how to live. Sun poured through the window, and she hustled to pull Angus's body to a darker side of the room. She placed the screen around him. She began calling out to Austin telepathically. No answer. She washed up. The human slave dogs brought her breakfast. She tried communicating with them, but they wouldn't respond. By noon, she was frantic. "Emma, I'm here," Austin called. "Oh, thank God! Where have you been?" "Asleep, sorry. We were up till dawn, searching for you. I figured you were safe during the day, so we took a nap." "You need to find us by this evening." Emma glanced at the steak on the floor where she'd left it. She didn't want to think about it. "We set up headquarters in Kiev," Austin explained. "There were 10 of us last night. We spread out in a circle and checked a 200-mile radius. During the day, it's just me and Darcy, but I have a plan to help us narrow the search parameter." "Sounds good." Emma paced about the cell. "What can I do?" "Just keep in touch. We're going to start traveling one direction. Eventually, I'll be able to tell if we're getting closer or farther away. If I'm getting cold, I'll turn another direction and see if that works." The rest of the afternoon passed while they played psychic Marco Polo. Austin discovered south was the wrong direction, then headed west. That direction worked. "You must be close to the Carpathian Mountains," Austin observed. "There are 4 passes through the mountains. I'll start with the one to the south." By supper time, Austin had determined they were on the wrong pass. He had to backtrack to get to the next one. "Hurry!" Emma nervously watched the window as Austin tried the second mountain pass. The sun was lowering in the sky. "I think this is it," Austin sounded cheerful. "As soon as the vamps wake up, I'll call them here, and we can spread out and find you." Emma glanced at the screen where Angus's body was hidden. "That will be too late. I need you now." There was a pause. "Emma, we'll try our best, but I can't make any promises." "I understand." As the room dimmed, Emma realized the light bulb was no longer working. The room would be dark when Angus awoke. She walked behind the screen and crouched beside him. He looked so peaceful and harmless. She touched his cheek. "I know you don't want to live with the guilt of hurting me." She took in a deep, shaky breath. "But I can't do it. I can't kill you." Tears welled in her eyes, even if it means my own death. Chapter 22. With her decision made, Emma prepared herself. She stood in the tub, soaped up, then poured cold water on her head from the bucket. She washed her undies and hung them over the screen to dry. Then she pulled the thin mattress off the cot and dragged it behind the screen. She positioned it beside Angus. Dressed only in her shirt, she sat on the mattress and waited for the last of the sunlight to fade. She ran her fingers through her wet hair to ease out the tangles. The room grew darker. A quiet stillness filled the air.
She imagined the sun on the western horizon sinking lower and lower, and her spirit sank with it. Was she making a terrible mistake? What if Angus lost complete control and attacked her like the monster who had attacked her mother? A wave of panic seized her. She ran to fetch the stake, then returned to the mattress. She placed it on the floor within her reach, just in case she ended up struggling with a mindless creature intent on killing her. Surely not. Surely Angus would be as gentle as possible. She jumped when his body jolted. His chest expanded with a deep breath. She placed her palm over his heart and felt the strong pounding through the thin cotton t-shirt. How amazing that his heart could suddenly leap to life with the setting of the sun. He grabbed her wrist, locking his fist around it. She flinched. He'd moved so fast. She'd barely detected the blur of motion before he'd seized her. His eyes opened. The green irises glowed, focusing on her with the look of a predatory animal. Angus! Did he even know it was her? He pushed her down. A growl rumbled deep in his throat as he leaned over her. Angus! He blinked. The ferocious look on his face melted into an expression of sheer horror. Emma! He released her and sat up. His body shook with a great tremor. He cried out as his fangs erupted. Oh God, they looked so sharp. Emma squeezed her eyes shut. He cried out again, a sound so full of pain that Emma knew he was as terrified as she was. She opened her eyes and reached out to him. Nay! He rolled onto his side, facing away from her, and sank his teeth into his arm. His body trembled. She wrapped her arms around him and hugged him from the back. Slowly, his body ceased shuddering. I was afraid I would kill you, he whispered. She nestled her neck in the dip between his shoulder blades. I hate to see you mutilate yourself. Better me than you. He turned to face her. His fangs had retracted. I only bought a little time. I'm so very hungry. The need in his eyes was so strong she couldn't deny him. It's all right. She touched his cheek. I love you, Angus McKay. A look of wonder crossed his face, then he frowned. How can ye? I nearly attacked you like a monster. But you didn't. Even in the worst throes of pain and hunger, you protected me. You're the most beautiful man I've ever known. Emma. He propped himself on an elbow. He skimmed a hand down her face and gazed into her eyes. I love ye too, so very much. His arm shook, and he collapsed onto his back. Bugger, I'm so weak. Emma smiled. He might feel weak, but his declaration of love filled her with a sense of power and contentment. She sat up and gave him a seductive look. I believe I have just what you need. She brushed her hair back to expose her neck. His gaze drifted to her throat. Ye smell vera good. I am good. She unbuttoned her shirt. I'm everything you need. She peeled her shirt back to reveal her breasts. His gaze shifted lower. Oh, aye, he whispered. She pulled off her shirt and dropped it. It fell on top of the steak. She glanced back at him. He was watching her, his eyes glowing red. He moved suddenly, pushing her down on the mattress and leaning over her. She smiled at his amazing resurgence of energy. He might be weak, but he was definitely motivated. He nuzzled her neck and whispered in her ear, I want ye, Emma. I want to taste you. I want to be inside you. Yes. She smoothed her hands down his back and grabbed the bottom edge of his t-shirt. She tugged it up. I want to feel your skin against mine. He pulled his shirt over his head. Just a minute. He sat beside her to remove his shoes and socks. Then finally, off came the kilt. The room was dark, but his skin was pale enough to give Emma a good glimpse. Her heart stuttered. Beautiful man. Muscular, lean, and graceful. He lay beside her and gathered her in his arms. She shivered at the feel of her bare breasts grazing his skin. He licked her neck. "I love you, Emma." He licked again. The artery beneath her skin began to throb. "Angus." She kneaded her fingers against his bare back. His skin was smooth. She loved the way his muscles bunched. He tickled her neck with his tongue, and tingles radiated down her arms and torso. "I'm so hungry." His mind sounded desperate. With the mental connection, she could sense his struggle to retain control. "Take what you need." She turned her head to better expose her neck. "I trust you." His body shook. His cry was muffled against her shoulder. She flinched when she felt the scrape of a fang. His tongue swirled around the sensitized area of her neck. The tingles shimmered down her body in an erotic wave. Her nipples hardened. Her womanly core ached with emptiness and begged to be filled. "Love me, Angus." She tangled her fingers into his long hair. He cupped her breast and teased the nipple with his thumb. She felt a slight prick on her neck at the same time that he gave her nipple a little tug. "Ah!" She jolted. Good heavens, his fangs were inside her. It felt strangely erotic, as if he were probing her between the legs. She felt moisture pooling below and hot blood gathering at her neck. Each time he sucked on her, blood coursed through her like a long, delicious throb. She needed him inside her. "I need you." She dug her fingers into his back. He smoothed a hand down to her curls, then cupped her. "You're so wet." He inserted a finger inside her. "So hot." Her inner muscles squeezed his finger. I need. Stay with me." He inserted 2 fingers inside her and located her clitoris with his thumb. Each time he sucked on her neck, he pressed up with his fingers and down with his thumb. He kept feeding and stroking. She writhed with pleasure. She cried out when the climax hit. It shot through her, then eased into a series of delicious pulses. She felt both sated and drained. She wasn't sure how much blood he had taken. She didn't really care. She felt so damned good, just floating along in a sea of sweet aftershocks. She noticed somewhat hazily that he'd withdrawn from her neck. He was still leaning over her, but now his arms were strong and steady. His face was flushed. He retracted his fangs, and a drop of blood fell from one and landed on her chest. He bent down to lick it, then ran his tongue over her nipples. Her body shuddered. She sighed with contentment at the feel of his erection pressed against her hip. She glanced down to see it. It was engorged, pink with blood she'd given him. He eased between her legs. She jolted when he thrust deep into her. Wow. No hesitation. It was a powerful declaration of possession. And God help her. She loved it. He filled her. Emma. He lowered his head to her breasts and drew a nipple into his mouth. She was too weak to do anything impressive in return. She simply wrapped her arms and legs around him. Good heavens, her mind might be fuzzy and lightheaded, but her body was still wonderfully sensitive. He gently rocked her till every nerve ending shuddered with pleasure. Then, all of a sudden, it wasn't enough for either of them. Her body screamed for more, and she dug her nails into his back. He responded, his eyes blazing red. His thrusts became strong and forceful. You're mine, Emma, mine. He rose onto his knees and seized her by the hips. He ground against her. She cried out. He drove in hard, then tilted his head back and groaned. His climax merged with hers mentally, and they both throbbed in unison before collapsing onto the mattress. Incredible. Emma smiled as her eyes flickered shut. He smoothed her hair back from her brow. I'm afraid I fed too much. I made ye weak. You made me happy. She drifted off to sleep. Angus paced around their cell. He had to find a way out. Last night he'd been useless, overcome with hunger, but tonight he was strong, vibrant, and ready to take on the enemy. He stopped next to Emma. She was still asleep and still pale. He adjusted her blanket and listened to her heartbeat. Steady, but weak. The devil take it. He'd taken too much blood. How could she fight in this condition? And it would only get worse. He resumed his pacing. Tomorrow night, his hunger would return, and if he fed off Emma, she would become even weaker. Eventually, he would kill her. No doubt, that was exactly what Katya hoped would happen. She wanted the slayer dead, and she wanted to force him to be the executioner of the woman he loved. If he and Emma didn't escape soon, Katya's evil plan would come to pass. He eyed the window. It was crisscrossed with silver chains, but if he managed to rip them off, could he teleport through such a small opening? Past experience warned him that the silver-covered walls would block him. The door would be a safer bet. If anyone opened it, he could teleport out, taking Emma with him. No doubt that was why no one ever came at night. The last time he'd seen Katya and her Russian vampires had been the night he'd been paralyzed with nightshade. They knew better than to open the door if he was mobile. The mortal guards came inside during the day while he was incapacitated, and they probably reported to their masters that Emma was still alive. The door was still his best bet. If he could cause enough ruckus, maybe someone would come to check on them. Once he teleported out, he wouldn't be able to go far. The sun had only set about an hour earlier, so the locations embedded in his psychic memory, Western Europe and North America, would still be in daylight and off-limits. The best course of action was to teleport with Emma a short distance, then join his friends who were looking for them. He grabbed Emma's underwear from the top of the screen, then knelt beside her. "Sweetheart, I need you to get dressed. I have a plan." She moaned and turned her head away. The sight of his fang marks on her neck made him wince. "Come, I'll help you." He pulled the blanket off her legs and slipped her underwear over her feet. Her eyes opened. "Yuck, they're still damp." "I know, but we need to be ready." "Ready for what?" She sat up, then touched her forehead and closed her eyes. "Are ye all right?" "Black dots." She rose onto her knees so he could slip the underwear over her hips. She grabbed his shoulders to steady herself. He cursed himself silently. "I fed too much." "I'll be all right." She put her bra on. He found her pants and handed them to her. "My plan is to lure someone into opening the door, then teleport us out." She stuffed her legs into the pants. "Sounds good to me. And as soon as you get out of this room, you can call your vamp buddies." She shrugged on her shirt and buttoned it. "They should be close by now. The last time I talked to Austin, he was zeroing in on us." "Great. We just need to lure them here." He stopped when the bolt scraped. Ugh, that was easy. Emma grabbed the steak off the floor, stuffed it into the waistband of her pants, and covered it with her shirt tail. She scrambled to her feet. She swayed, and Angus steadied her. "As soon as the door opens, we leave." He led her around the screen. The door cracked. Movement by the window snagged his attention. Moonlight gleamed off the barrels of 2 hunting rifles. The mortal men were reclining on the ground, their rifles poking through the window, aimed at Emma and him. "Silver bullets," Katya's voice announced through the cracked door. "Back away from the girl, Angus, or we'll shoot her." He realized she had the mortals under such deep mind control she could see what they saw through the window. There was no way to fool her. He released Emma and stepped back. "Give me any trouble, Angus, and we're shooting you with so much nightshade it will be a week before you can move. Of course, by then you'll have starved to death." Katya opened the door just wide enough to slip inside.
She had her blowpipe ready. Angus considered zipping toward her at vampire speed and breaking her foul neck, but she was as fast as him. She'd drug him for sure, and then how would he protect Emma? Alec came in, followed by 2 more Russian vampires with revolvers.
Buryan and Miroslav have an endless supply of silver bullets, Katya boasted. You will accompany them up the stairs.
Alec grabbed Emma and pressed a knife to her neck.
And if you teleport away, I'll slit her throat.
I'll behave. Angus gave Emma what he hoped was a reassuring look.
So have ye decided to let us go?
Katya snorted.
Casimir is coming to take you and your mortal whore. I'm sure he has lovely plans for the 2 of you.
Alec dragged Emma toward the door. When he had her halfway up the stone steps, Buryan motioned for Angus to follow.
Slowly, Katya reminded him, or I'll shoot you with nightshade.
Angus went up the stairs. The 2 mortals had hunting rifles aimed at Emma. Alec had released Emma, but stood on one side of her with his sword drawn. Galena was on the other side, also with a sword. That made a total of 7 bad guys, Angus counted, including the 2 mortals. And they were all armed. Still, if he could get close enough to Emma, he could teleport her away. He sauntered across the grassy courtyard, hoping they wouldn't notice.
Stop or she dies,
Katya warned him. He halted. Emma looked far too pale in the moonlight. He'd left her too damned weak. And if things weren't bad enough, 3 figures shimmered in front of the Stone Manor house, then solidified. Angus's breath hitched. He hadn't seen Casimir since the Great Vampire War of 1710, but there was no mistaking that harsh face and those cruel eyes. The war might have left him weak and injured, but he appeared fully recovered. Or was he? His left arm seemed bent at an odd angle, and he was wearing one glove. His dark eyes scanned everyone, his face blank, until he spotted Angus. He lifted his chin and narrowed his eyes.
General Mackay.
Angus nodded once. His old enemy had 2 bodyguards. He recognized Yedrik Yanov on Casimir's left, perhaps to protect Casimir's weak spot. That was how Casimir worked. He sacrificed others to keep himself alive. With a pang, Angus realized he might have done the same thing with Emma. Katya stepped forward and bowed from the waist.
We are honored by your presence, my lord.
Casimir's cold gaze wandered to Katya.
You kept calling and pestering me until I agreed to come. I meant no disrespect.
Katya bowed again.
I merely wished to give you these gifts as a token of my gratitude and allegiance. You were told to deliver the Slayer to Yedrik, and yet you did not. Is that how you display your allegiance?
Katya gripped her hands together.
I wanted to deliver her personally, so I could assure you of my loyalty. And I have a special gift for you, General Mackay. I also saved your servant Yedrik a trip to New York. Your kindness is overwhelming, Casimir muttered. Tell me, how did you display your allegiance to Ivan Petrovsky?
Katya stiffened. Angus knew she was in big trouble. If he could get these vampires busy killing each other, he might have a chance to get close to Emma and teleport her to safety.
Katya murdered Petrovsky, he yelled. I saw it myself. She and Galena staked him through the heart when he was unarmed.
Katya shot him a venomous look, then turned to Casimir.
Mackay is a traitor to our kind. He was helping the mortal woman slay my men.
Casimir glanced at Emma with a dismissive look.
A mere cockroach, easily disposed.
His gaze returned to Angus.
But to have the general who defeated my last army, I shall savor his death. Then remember that I am the one who delivered him to you, Katya insisted.
I am your faithful servant.
Angus tilted his head. Was that an owl hooting in the woods? It sounded like the signal Ian and Robbie liked to employ.
You cannot trust her, Casimir. She betrayed ye once. She'll do it again.
Katya turned to Alec.
Kill him!
Casimir lifted a hand, and Alec froze.
Are you giving orders, Katya, without my permission?
She winced.
Forgive me. McKay's lies make me forget myself. Lies?
Casimir's dark eyes shifted to Angus.
As much as I detest his kind, I have to admit, they are disgustingly honest.
A blur of motion caught Angus's eye. A dozen people were standing on the 3-foot-high stone wall that encircled the courtyard. Relief swept through him as he recognized his friends and employees. Ian, Robbie, Jack from Venice, Mikhail from Moscow, Austin and Darcy Erickson. Jean-Luc Echarpe from Paris with 2 from his coven, and Zoltan Charkvar, the coven master of Eastern Europe, with 2 from his coven. Austin and Darcy had revolvers. The 10 vamps drew their swords. Jean-Luc swished his foil through the air.
Let us settle this now, Casimir.
Casimir paled. He glared at Katya.
You traitor! You led me into a trap.
No! Katya shouted. Casimir zoomed toward her and grasped her by the throat.
I will remember this betrayal.
Jedrick dashed forward and whispered in Casimir's ear. Casimir released Katya and stepped back. She fell to the ground.
I didn't betray you. I swear I didn't.
Angus's friends jumped from the stone wall and slowly advanced. Casimir eased behind his bodyguards and glared at the Russian vampires.
You will die tonight. You deserve to die.
He and his bodyguards shimmered.
Nay.
Angus ran toward Casimir just as the evil vampire vanished. Damn! He'd wanted to kill Casimir tonight. A sword swiped close to Angus's ear, and he jumped back. Alec was trying to kill him.
A sword!
Alec lunged, aiming his sword at Angus's heart. Angus leaped to the side and caught the sword Ian tossed him. Ian whipped his dagger from his sock and ducked when Burien took a swing at him. Robbie jumped in to engage Burien and protect Ian. Angus parried with Alec, drove him back, then skewered him through the heart. He watched with satisfaction as Alec turned to dust. No longer would the bastard stick a knife to Emma's throat. Angus swiveled, looking for Emma. Jean-Luc was fighting Miroslav. Jack was taking his time with Galina, no doubt uncomfortable with the thought of killing a woman. But where the hell was Emma? Burien cried out as Robbie stabbed him through the heart. The 2 mortals dropped their rifles and ran for the woods. Zoltan and his men chased after them. Galina screamed. Jack must have gotten over his hesitation. Angus froze when he spotted Emma. Katya was dragging her toward the barn. Emma struggled, but was too weak to escape. He zoomed toward them, but Katya saw him coming and vanished, taking Emma with her.
Nay!
Angus halted where they'd disappeared. There was no telling where they'd teleported to, and Emma was too damned weak to fight. It was all his fault. Guilt slammed into him, doubling him over. Robbie lay a hand on his shoulder.
We'll find them.
Angus nodded, unable to speak.
Spread out and search, Robbie yelled.
The vamps blurred as they all zoomed around the property and into the woods, hunting for Emma. Minutes ticked by, but felt like hours. Robbie and Ian ran from the barn, declaring it clear. Seconds later, Jean-Luc and his 2 coven members emerged from the manor house, yelling that it was clear. The others had fanned out into the woods. Angus jumped onto the stone wall and listened carefully. He turned north. Was that a scream? A woman's scream?
This way!
He dashed into the woods. His companions spread out behind him.
Emma!
Angus heard no response. God, he hoped he wasn't too late. If Katya kept teleporting, she could be far away. He charged into a small clearing and skidded to a halt. His heart stuttered. Ian stopped behind him. She's still alive. Barely. Angus knelt beside Emma. His heart twisted at the sight of her torn neck. Damn that Katya. She'd almost drained Emma dry. A large amount of dust covered Emma. Her stake lay in her limp hand. She'd managed to use it while Katya was feeding. The Slayer had killed one last vampire. Angus thanked God he had made her a stake, but he'd also made her weak. Oh, Emma. He pulled off his t-shirt and pressed it against her bleeding neck. His eyes welled with tears. Tree branches and bushes rustled as more people rushed into the clearing. How is she? Austin demanded. Darcy gasped. Oh my God, are we too late? Robbie squatted beside Angus. I'm so sorry. Angus gritted his teeth. She's not dead yet. We can give her a transfusion. He looked at Ian and Robbie. Don't you have some bottles of blood in your sporrans? Robbie looked at him sadly. We do not have the equipment for a transfusion. Then we'll teleport her, Angus said. Roman can fix her. Jean-Luc knelt on the other side of Emma. It's still daylight in New York. There's only one way to save her, Angus, and you know what that is. Nay! Angus blinked back tears. I cannot transform her. She couldn't stomach being a vampire. They killed her parents. But she can be changed back, Darcy suggested. I'm living proof of that. Angus blinked. Of course. He'd been too panicked to realize there was another option. Did Emma still have the scrap of stained cloth? If not, he could leave her his t-shirt. It was soaked with her mortal blood. She's going fast, Jean-Luc warned him. If she bleeds out, it will be too late to transform her. Angus rubbed his brow. What choice did he have? And Roman could change her back. This is all my fault. She's going to hate me. She'll understand, Ian touched his shoulder. I always understood. Angus looked up. I trapped ye in the body of a 15-year-old for all eternity. Ian smiled. Ye saved my life? Angus took a deep breath, then unwrapped the shirt from Emma's neck. He'd have to drain the last drop of blood from her. It had to be done by a vampire in order for her to slip into a vampire coma. Then he'd have to feed her his own blood. If she accepted it and drank, she'd become one of the undead. If she rejected his blood, she would die. Can I borrow a ski-and-do? He'd have to slice his arm to feed her. Ian handed him a knife. Angus glanced at all his friends. Could you leave us alone? Chapter 23. Emma remembered pain and darkness, fear and terror. Katya's fangs ripped into her neck. A last cry for survival and the desperate use of her stake. More darkness, murmuring voices, more fangs. How could Katya be back? Hadn't she killed that bitch? More darkness as Emma slipped deeper into a black pit. Then a strange dream. Her mouth tasted of blood. She choked on the metallic bitterness. Swallow, a voice urged her. Ye must swallow. More blood drizzled into her mouth. She was drowning in blood. Katya was killing her. She turned her head and coughed. Emma, the voice pleaded. Drink it, please. Angus? She opened her mouth to speak, but the words wouldn't come. She couldn't even open her eyes. More blood poured into her mouth. She swallowed, and a comforting warmth spread through her body. She swallowed again, and it tasted sweet. What a silly dream. This couldn't be blood. It tasted too good. She drank and drank. That's it, sweetheart. You're doing fine. Angus was happy with her. Angus loved her. Emma smiled. Angus was with her, and Katya was gone. This time, when the darkness descended, she wasn't afraid. With a jolt, Emma woke up. Her heart pounded in her chest so loud she could hear it. A moment of panic seized her. She must be having a heart attack. She felt so strange, and she didn't know where she was. "She's awake, Darcy. Get a bottle ready." Emma saw Austin standing by an open door. He had found her? Then she and Angus must have been rescued. "I just popped it into the microwave," a woman's voice yelled from a distance. Emma sat up. Black dots swirled around her head. "Easy." Austin stepped toward her with a worried expression. I guess I'm still weak." Emma blinked and focused on Austin. He seemed sharper than usual. She could see the stubble on his chin and every individual strand of hair on his head. And his heart was beating so loud. How could she hear that? How could she hear her own heart? She pressed a hand to her chest and noticed she was wearing flannel pajamas. "How did I get these?" "Those are Darcy's," Austin answered. "She tried to clean you up a bit." Right. Katya had attacked her. Emma suspected her old clothes were covered with blood. Her stomach rumbled. "I feel so hungry." "I'm sure you are," Austin eyed her warily. She looked around the room. It was a nice bedroom, blue comforter, full-size bed, no windows, only a nightlight in a wall socket. How could she see so well? Her stomach rumbled louder, then cramped. She pressed a hand to her belly. Ouch. Austin strode toward the door. "Hurry, Darcy." Emma inhaled deeply and let it out slowly. "Where am I?" "Zoltan Çakvar's house in Budapest." "Who?" Another hunger pang rocked Emma. She grimaced. Austin's heart seemed to pound in her ears. She could hardly hear, hardly think. "Zoltan Çakvar. He's the coven master of Eastern Europe." "I'm in a vampire's house?" Emma noticed the vein in Austin's neck. It was pulsing, and it smelled so good, like food. "What's happening to me?" A hunger pain struck her hard. With a cry, she fell back on the bed and curled into a ball. "Is she all right?" Darcy rushed into the room with a tray and set it down on the bedside table. Darcy was so close, and she smelled so good. Emma fought an urge to grab her. "I have your breakfast." Darcy offered her a glass. "Type O, a little bland, but you should start off with a simple diet." Emma's eyes widened. The glass was filled with blood. "No!" A sudden jab of pain pierced her mouth. She cried out. Darcy set the glass down. "You poor thing. The same thing happened to me. They always come out the first night." Emma covered her mouth and whimpered. Her gums were ripping in two. With a scream, she felt them rip. She lowered her hand and saw blood spattered on her palm. It was horrible, and it smelled delicious. The pain in her mouth subsided as another hunger pang struck her. Darcy plopped a straw into the glass and handed it to Emma. "Here, it's hard to use a glass when the fangs are out." "Fangs?" Emma touched her mouth. Her canine teeth were long, pointed, and sharp. "No!" She shook her head. This was another bad dream. It couldn't be true. "I know it's upsetting." Darcy perched on the bed beside her and pressed the glass into her hand. "You'll feel better once you eat." Emma's hand shook as she took the glass. She had a terrible desire to throw it away and sink her teeth into Darcy. Oh God, it was true. She was a vampire. She stared at the glass, stunned. The blood actually smelled good. Was this the sort of agony Angus had endured all night when he'd refused to bite her? She closed her mouth around the straw and sucked. The blood was sweet and warm. It flowed into her, filling her with an energizing sense of strength and power. Too soon, she reached the bottom of the glass. I need more. Her gums tingled, and she realized her fangs were retracting. I'll be right back. Darcy stood, taking the glass. It's normal to be very hungry the first night. You were a vampire, Emma whispered. Yes, for 4 years. But you needn't stay this way for long. Roman can change you back. You'll be all right. Emma nodded. She watched Darcy leave the room. Austin smiled at his wife as she passed by, a gentle, loving smile, and Emma knew exactly what she needed. Where is Angus? Austin's smile faded. He's, not here right now. Emma looked around the room. She still felt strange, sort of numb. Maybe this was all a dream. She'd had a lot of them lately. Or were they memories? She'd made love with Angus. Katya had dragged her away and attacked her. Good heavens. Katya had killed her. She lifted a hand to her neck. The skin was smooth and unbroken. Austin walked toward her. You healed during your death sleep. One of the advantages of being undead. He smiled. You look great, but you'll have to take my word for it. You can't see yourself in a mirror. One of the disadvantages of being undead. There are no disadvantages. Giacomo strolled into the room, sipping blood from a wine glass. Buonasera, signorina. I came to see how you are faring. His brown eyes twinkled. And to welcome you to the club. The full extent of her circumstances sank in. She was dead. She pulled the blue comforter up to her chin. Where was Angus? She wanted to see him. She wanted his strong arms around her. She felt her neck where he'd fed from her while making love. The puncture wounds were gone, as if it had never happened. Robbie sauntered into the room. How are ye, Miss Wallace? I'm dead. Emma wrapped her arms around herself underneath the comforter. I think she's in shock, Austin whispered, but Emma could hear it. She could hear everything, even the whir of a microwave across the house. I want to talk to Angus. Robbie exchanged a worried look with Giacomo. He's not here. He went to Paris with Jean-Luc and Ian. Then call Paris and ask him to teleport here. Please. Emma shuddered under the blanket. She hated being this needy. She'd always been strong and decisive before, but then she'd never had to handle being dead before. He was going on to New York, Robbie continued. He willna be awake now. New York? She was going through a crisis and he was in New York? She gritted her teeth. He needed to be with her. She was dead, damn it. He needed to show respect for the dead. And for the woman he loved. I need to talk to him. I'll send him an email, Robbie offered. He'll see it when he wakes. I bet you'll see him soon, Austin added. As soon as you're strong enough, you can go to New York and have Roman change you back. Aye, Robbie nodded. Angus left me his t-shirt coated with your blood. Your ticket back to mortality. Giacomo sipped from his wine glass. Although I cannot imagine why anyone would want to be mortal again. Then you have a lousy imagination, Jack. Darcy strode into the room, holding a glass filled with blood. Here you go. She handed it to Emma. How could blood taste so good? Emma could drink easily now that her teeth were normal. It was like drinking raw power. Another man entered the room. He was shorter than Angus, of medium height, with dark brown hair and almond-shaped amber eyes. How are you, my dear? He had a slight accent. Okay. How come her bedroom was Grand Central Station? Everybody wanted to come and gawk at the brand new vampire. I'm not performing any tricks today. The man chuckled. I'm glad you're all right. We were worried about you. Obviously, Angus wasn't too worried. He'd gone off to New York and left her alone to adjust to her new undeadness. I am Zoltan Chakvar. The man bowed slightly. You are welcome here as long as you like. Thank you. Emma's gaze wandered over to Zoltan, Robbie, and Giacomo. You're nice guys. It makes it easier to be like this when I know how nice some of you are. Darcy perched on the foot of the bed. You don't have to stay like this, Emma. You can be mortal again. But Angus was a vampire. If she stayed a vampire, she could be like him. She could zip around at incredible speed, levitate, and teleport. She'd be stronger than ever. She'd been a good slayer as a mortal, but as a vampire, she'd be a super slayer. But if she stayed undead, it could be centuries before she saw her parents, or her brother, or Aunt Effie. That was bad. But then again, that was centuries that she could love Angus. And he could love her. Her reservations about their relationship would be gone, now that they were the same. I need to talk to Angus, she repeated. Why couldn't these people understand? Why didn't Angus understand? Why did he leave her? She noticed the worried looks everyone was exchanging. Something was going on. A sudden thought occurred to her. Oh no, was he injured? She scrambled to her feet. Black dots circled her head. Darcy reached out to her. You should stay in bed tonight. It takes time for your body to adjust. No, I want the truth. Was Angus injured? Is that why he rushed off to see Roman? Robbie shifted his weight. He's fine. I'll send him that email now. He rushed from the room. I'll show you the computer. Zoltan hurried after him. Giacomo shook his head. He should have stayed. I told him that, but what? Emma asked. Why did he leave? Giacomo looked at her sadly. He feels guilty. He left you a note. Darcy pulled a piece of paper from her pants pocket and set it on the bed. A note? Emma frowned at it. After all they'd been through, he left a note? She gave Giacomo a confused look. Why would Angus feel guilty? It suddenly dawned on her. Oh, he feels bad about Katya attacking me, but we were all under attack. I understand he had to protect himself. Giacomo sighed. He feels bad about making you weak. It's not his fault Katya killed me. Giacomo winced. You actually killed Katya. Emma stared at him. She must have been alive to kill Katya. Then how did she end up a vampire? I should go now. Giacomo hurried out the door. He had no choice, Emma. Austin left the room too. He? There was something terrible the men didn't want to say. She turned to Darcy. Katya didn't do this to me? No. Darcy's eyes were full of sympathy. You would have died if he hadn't done it. He really had no choice. He? God, no. Emma's knees collapsed and she sat on the bed. Her eyes welled with tears. That was why he'd run away, plagued with guilt. I'm so sorry. Darcy touched Emma on the shoulder. He insisted on doing it himself. He felt responsible, and he knew you could be changed back. A tear rolled down Emma's face. She caught it on her finger and saw the pinkish tint. Bloody tears, just like a vampire. Darcy patted her on the back. He gave you a second chance at life. Emma swallowed hard. She'd become the kind of creature that had murdered her parents. To be transformed into a vampire, she'd had to die first. Her stomach cramped. Angus killed me. Her stomach heaved, and Emma lost her first meal as a vampire. En garde! Giacomo saluted Emma with his foil, then pointed it at her. She attacked with a flourish of thrusts and lunges. Giacomo defended himself easily enough, but Emma knew she was making progress. 3 days ago, during her first fencing lesson, he could have defeated her blindfolded. Now, he was fully engaged. Remember, the malcontents do not fight fairly. With a flick of his wrist, Giacomo sent her foil flying through the air. It landed with a clatter across the exercise room.
How will you handle this? He charged at her, his sword pointed straight at her heart. She pushed off the ground as hard as she could, thinking levitate. She soared up so fast, she clunked her head on the ceiling. Ouch! She hovered, rubbing the crown of her head. Giacomo grinned up at her. You're a natural. Austin stood by the door, chuckling. I think she's underestimating her strength. She glared at him. I pinned you yesterday in 45 seconds. He shrugged. Yeah, but you could whip me when you were mortal, too. Giacomo laughed. La signorina is a fierce one. And don't you forget it. Emma whipped the dagger from her belt, teleported behind Giacomo, and poked him in the rear. Ouch! He jumped forward, spinning to face her. She smiled sweetly. How am I doing, teacher? He narrowed his eyes. Do I detect some latent anger, bellissima? Emma sighed as she stuffed her dagger back under her belt. Maybe she was angry. She was certainly frustrated. She'd been at Zoltan's house for 1 week, and Angus hadn't returned any of her emails or phone messages. She'd read his note so many times, she had it memorized. Dearest Emma, I do not expect forgiveness for this terrible thing I've done to you. I only hope you can be changed back as soon as possible, so you can reclaim your life. You deserve a happy life, filled with light and peace. Peace? Did he really think she wanted peace when bad vampires like Casimir roamed the earth? She was a warrior like him, and now she was a vampire like him. Sure, it had sickened her at first to think of him draining her dry and transforming her, but after a few nights of serious contemplation, she'd decided she was glad he was the one to induct her into this new life. She was undead because someone she loved had performed an act of mercy. That was so much better than dying the victim of an enemy's act of violence. And it was fitting that Angus had been the one. He'd been the one all along. He'd taught her the difference between wreaking revenge and seeking justice. She no longer wanted to kill every vampire in her path to relieve the pain of her parents' murder. She wanted to put that pain behind her and move on. She wanted to use her new power to protect the innocent so others wouldn't suffer as her parents had. Angus had taught her that love was so powerful it survived death. She still loved him with all her heart, and she understood now that death couldn't disfigure or corrupt a person's soul. She was surrounded by loving, honorable vamps. So why was Angus ignoring her? Was he averse to a commitment that might last for centuries? Darcy joined her husband at the doorway. We just received an email. From Angus? Emma interrupted. Darcy gave her a sympathetic look. From Roman. He reports that baby Constantine is healthy, happy, and normal. That's good, Austin murmured. Darcy offered Emma a sheet of paper. Some of his message was for you, so I printed it out. Emma took the note and wandered across the large exercise room to read it. Dear Miss Wallace, I couldn't help but notice the emails and phone messages directed here for Angus. I thought you should know that he left here 2 nights ago for England. He's expecting you to come to New York to be changed back, and I don't believe he wants to be here for the event. This is not because he doesn't care. He cares very much. He's suffering greatly for what he did to you. Perhaps in time, he'll be able to forgive himself. I think he'll begin healing once he knows you have safely returned to your mortal life. I am at your disposal as soon as you are ready. Sincerely, Roman Dragonesti. Emma folded the note. Why does everyone want me to be mortal again? Darcy gaped. You'd rather be undead? Of course she does, Giacomo said. It's a superior life. Darcy snorted. I didn't care for the diet. The blood tastes good to me. Emma crossed her arms, frowning. Why shouldn't I remain this way? The man I love is a vampire, she grimaced. Unfortunately, he won't speak to me. Amore. Giacomo pressed a hand against his heart. How we suffer for it. Darcy snorted. Especially you, Jack, since you're so in love with yourself. He stumbled back as if he'd been wounded. I'm not taking it anymore. Emma turned to Giacomo. Will you help me teleport to England tonight? Anything for amore. Giacomo grinned. There are 2 places he could be. Either his office in Edinburgh or in London. You'd better go to London, Darcy warned. Of course. Giacomo's dark eyes twinkled. Edinburgh would be awkward. Why? Emma stepped toward him. Giacomo shrugged. That is where Angus has stashed his harem, and I doubt... His what? Emma shrieked. Giacomo winced. Oops. Darcy groaned. Way to go, Jack. Emma, it's not as bad as it looks. You think not? The bloody man has a harem? Emma's heart thundered loud in her ears. Was this why he was refusing to see her? Why would he want one vampire girlfriend when he already had a freaking harem? She crumpled the note in her fist and tossed it across the room. Take me to London now, Giacomo. Angus is going to talk to me whether he likes it or not. Chapter 24. Angus wandered quietly into the nursery at Romatech. Shanna had wanted a nursery next to her dental office so she could tend the baby and the occasional patient, and Roman had readily agreed, for he liked having his family close by. She was busy changing the baby's diaper, and the mirror over the table reflected both her and the bairn. Of course, Angus didn't show up, so he cleared his throat to let Shanna know he was there. She turned her head. Angus! Her smile started off joyful, but quickly faded to a look of concern. She was used to that now. People looked at him like he was some sort of ghost. He felt like one, a shadow without a soul. Shanna's gaze shifted back to the baby. I didn't know you were in town. I just arrived. She snapped the baby's outfit around his chubby legs. Are you staying at the townhouse? He could see her frowning in the mirror. That's good. Stay as long as you like. You probably shouldn't be alone right now. Did she think he was suicidal? Why kill something that was already dead? His body still functioned, but his heart had shriveled from constant aching, and his mind was worthless. He tried to get some work done at his London office, but he couldn't concentrate. It was so bad he was considering passing the business on to Robbie. Every time Angus tried to look at a report, it blurred before his eyes. All he ever saw was a mental picture of Emma releasing her last breath of life. The image haunted him. It was the last thing he saw before slipping into death sleep, and it greeted him each time he awakened. He choked on his meals and could barely swallow. It always tasted like the last drop of blood he'd taken from Emma. He roamed from one place to another, Paris, London, New York, but there was no escape from what he'd done. He handed Shanna a package wrapped in brown paper. I brought this for the bairn. Oh, how sweet. Shanna showed the package to Constantine. Look, Uncle Angus brought you a present. The baby waved his arms and legs. Shanna ripped off the paper, opened the box, and dug through the tissue. Her eyes widened as she pulled out a small pouch of black moleskin. Oh, it's lovely. Thank you. You're welcome. Her blue eyes twinkled as she gave him a devious look. So you gave him a purse? Even that didn't get a rise out of him. 'Tis a sporin for a young lad. Ah. Shanna opened it and removed the tissue paper from inside. This will actually come in very handy. He can use it to carry around little toys or a small chemistry set. She made a face. Roman's already bought him one. I would suggest duct tape. Shanna laughed and gave him a hug. Thank you. It was a very thoughtful gift. He nodded. Now that he'd delivered the present, he didn't know what to do with himself. Shanna picked up Constantine and swayed gently from side to side. Does Roman know you're here? He shrugged. I do not think so. I'll get him. And don't make fun of his hair. What? Angus stiffened when she shoved the baby into his arms. Watch the baby till I get back. She rushed from the room. But, wait. Angus experienced a moment of sheer panic. What was she thinking? Handing him a wee baby. He hadn't held one in 500 years. His heart raced, pounding in his ears. What if he dropped the wee thing? He squeezed it against his chest and felt the wee legs kicking him. Bugger, he was probably crushing the poor babe. He relaxed his grip and swiveled, looking frantically for a safe place to put the wee beastie down. The changing table? Nay, he might roll off there. Angus spotted the crib and walked toward it. He passed by walls painted like a pastoral scene. Blue sky, green fields, fat cows, and fluffy sheep. Are they expecting you to be a farmer? The baby thumped him in the chest with a closed fist. Ah, a warrior then. Angus glanced down at the baby and halted mid-stride. Constantine was studying Angus with the brightest blue eyes Angus had ever seen. More than that, there was an intensity to the baby's eyes that seemed to hold Angus captive. Instantly, Angus's heart calmed to a steady beat. The pain that had muddled his brain for the past 8 days slowly melted away. He took a deep breath as a sensation of peace flowed through him. The baby gurgled. Did ye do that? Angus whispered. The baby stared back, and Angus sensed an intelligence that was far from infantile. Angus! Roman called as he entered the nursery. Roman, your bairn! Angus looked up and forgot all about the baby. What happened to you? Roman shrugged. I didn't even know about it till Shanna noticed it. He ran a hand through his dark hair, now shaded silver at the temples. Fortunately, she likes it. Yes, I do. Shanna followed him into the nursery with Connor. She smiled at Roman. He looks very distinguished. He smiled back and wrapped an arm around her shoulders. How did it happen? Angus asked. Remember the drug I invented that enables us to stay awake during the day? Well, after a few days of trying to take care of Constantine 24/7, Shanna looked really exhausted. And being the noble guy that he is, Shanna added, Roman took the drug every day for 5 days to help me out. And it turned your hair gray? Angus asked. Silver, Shanna corrected him, and only at the temples. I think it's gorgeous. Roman snorted. But you forbid me to take the drug again. Because it's aging you, Shanna turned to Angus. Laszlo did some blood work on him and discovered that he aged a year for every day he stayed awake. Bugger, Angus grumbled. It is bad, Connor added. I had hoped we could use the drug in the war against Casimir, but we're no likely to get vamps to volunteer for it if they know it's going to make them older for the rest of eternity. That was bad news. Angus looked at Roman. So you're 5 years older now? 6, actually. I used it once before to rescue Laszlo, but I doubt we'll ever get anyone else to use the drug. An idea sprung to Angus's mind. He glanced down at the baby in his arms. His mind seemed to be working clearly again. I think I know someone who wouldn't mind aging about 10 years. Not the baby, Shanna muttered. Nay, Angus looked up. Ian McPhee. Oh, aye, Connor whispered. Ian would take it. Good, Roman nodded. You're looking a little better, Angus. Only because of the bairn. Your baby is special. Of course he is, Shanna took Constantine from him. How did you two get along? Very well. Angus followed her to the crib. He has bonny eyes. Yes. Shanna smiled as she placed Constantine in the crib. What is this? Angus touched the unusual mobile hanging over the baby's head. Bots? Roman chuckled. A gift from Gregory. His idea of a joke. Aye. Connor wound up the contraption. It plays the theme song from The X-Files. The tinkling music started, and the blue plastic bats flew around in a circle. Constantine's eyes widened, and he flailed his arms and legs. "I heard you gave the baby a sporin," Roman said. "Thank you." Connor chuckled. "Just don't give him any Scotch whiskey till he's, about 8. 8? Shanna gaped in horror. Connor grinned. "He'll need a claymore by the age of 10. Shanna shook her head. Men, always planning ahead for a violent world. Roman frowned. "As long as evil abounds, we have no choice." He put a hand on Angus's shoulder. "How are you, old friend? Are you ready to talk?" Angus wandered back to the crib and stared at the mobile. The bats were circling now at a slower pace. "There's nothing to say." Shanna huffed. "Emma obviously disagrees. She's been trying to contact you for a week." Angus closed his eyes briefly. He knew he was being a coward. "I emailed her," Roman said. "I told her to come and be changed back whenever she was up to it." "Did she say when she was coming?" Angus asked. The bats were slowing to a stop. "She didn't answer," Roman said. He joined Angus at the crib. "She may want to discuss the matter with you first." Angus gripped the crib railing. "She wants to rant at me for killing her. I know she hates me." "Are you sure about that?" Shanna asked softly. "Of course she hates me." Angus paced across the nursery. "I turned her into the very creature she hates the most." "Then why hasn't she come here to get changed back?" Shanna asked. "I think you should see her," Roman said. "What if she wants to forgive you?" Angus snorted. "How could she?" He couldn't forgive himself. "All things are possible through love," Roman whispered. Angus closed his eyes as he felt tears gathering. He swayed and placed a palm on the wall to steady himself. He couldn't go on like this, overwhelmed with such guilt and failure. He'd sworn to protect her, but he had killed her. A knock sounded on the door. "I'm looking for Angus McKay," a strange voice announced. Angus turned to see a young man in a suit hovering by the door. "I am the McKay." The young man entered the nursery smiling. "You're a hard man to find, Mr. McKay." He handed Angus an envelope. "You've been served." He strolled from the room. Angus ripped open the envelope and scanned the papers. "The devil take it!" The papers slipped from his hands and fluttered to the floor. "What is it?" Roman asked. Angus leaned against the wall, stunned. "I have to return to London. Emma is suing me for pain and damages." "I have good news and bad news," Richard Beckworth announced when Angus strode into the solicitor's London office. "Is she here?" Angus's heart thundered in his chest. A part of him dreaded seeing Emma again. He recalled her beautiful face that had once gazed upon him with so much love. Now he imagined it full of hatred and recrimination. How much more pain could his heart endure? But another part of him longed to see her. She had every right to be angry. He'd transformed her against her will. If she needed money so she could take time off to recover from the trauma he'd caused, he could understand that. In fact, he'd give her enough to make sure she never wanted for anything. He just wanted her to return to a normal, happy, mortal life.
"Miss Wallace and her solicitor are in the conference room."
Beckwith relaxed in the chair behind his desk.
"First, I wanted to catch you up to speed, old chap. The good news is, they want to settle out of court."
"Of course they do." Angus sat in a wing-back chair facing Beckworth. Richard had been his solicitor for the past 175 years.
"She can hardly walk into a mortal courtroom and claim that I killed her, even though I did."
Beckwith winced.
"Don't admit to any wrongdoing in their presence. It was also a brilliant move on your part to get rid of your harem last week."
"What was brilliant about it? It cost me a bloody fortune." Angus had inherited 5 vamp women when he became the British Coven Master in 1950. He'd ignored them for years. They were stashed away in his castle in Scotland, and Beckworth handled their monthly allowance. After this ordeal with Emma, Angus had wanted to return to his castle, but he didn't want the harem there. Beckworth had drawn up the necessary papers to set them free. Unfortunately, the price of their freedom had been high. Angus had agreed to buy them a townhouse in London and pay support for 10 years. Beckworth shook his head.
Imagine how upset Miss Wallace would be if your harem was still intact.
Angus swallowed hard.
Does she know about them?
Beckworth snorted.
Of course. Her solicitor was eager to add the harem to her list of grievances, accusing you of polygamy. Bloody hell! I was never married to them.
Beckworth shrugged.
Common law marriage. The point is moot, though, since you've already legally separated from them. Her solicitor will make a stink of it, but don't worry. Their case is weak.
Richard, I do mind paying damages. How much has she asked for? Beckworth winced.
That's the bad news, old chap. She doesn't want money. She's asking for controlling interest in McKay's security and investigation.
What? Angus leaped to his feet.
She wants my business. Not entirely. Just 51%.
She canna have it. Angus paced across the office. Why would she ask such a thing? The answer dawned on him immediately. That clever vixen. She knew exactly how to inflict the sharpest wound. His business was the closest thing to his heart, other than her.
The obvious reason is revenge, but there could be more to this request.
Beckworth steepled his fingertips as he considered.
Perhaps she feels insecure about making a living for the rest of eternity. This move would certainly give her long-term job security.
Angus snorted. I would have gladly given her a job and a damned good salary.
Beckworth frowned. If this goes through, she'll be giving you a job.
Angus scowled at the carpet as he paced.
I'll offer 30%.
That might be a good idea, actually, if he could keep her working alongside him. Perhaps her anger would dissipate in time, and she would learn to love him again.
She can have up to 49%, but no more.
Beckworth's eyes widened.
Are you serious? Your company's worth a fortune.
Angus shrugged. His mission of protecting the innocent and tracking down murderous vampires had always been more important than the money. He had very few needs other than bottled blood and a safe place to sleep.
I need to take care of her. You're in love with her, aren't you?
Angus slowed to a stop. I am. There was a hint of a smile before Beckworth schooled his features.
Go on to the conference room. I'll be there as soon as I get some papers together.
Angus took a deep breath. It was time to see Emma. Emma fidgeted in her chair. What was taking so long? Her stomach was in knots and her heart was pounding. What if Angus was furious? What if he thought she was attacking him? Shame on him for driving her to such drastic measures. She jumped at the sound of footsteps outside the door. Angus was coming. She stood. The door opened. Her breath hitched when he entered. His face was slanted downward, so she couldn't see his expression. He turned to shut the door. He was wearing the familiar blue and green plaid kilt. Her heart ached with longing. He turned to face her. His green eyes widened. Oh, God! He looked pale and thin. Wasn't he eating right? He gazed around the room.
Where's your solicitor?
I asked him to leave for a moment. For the whole night, actually. Angus stepped toward her.
You're looking well.
Thank you. He didn't seem very angry. I thought we should talk.
He frowned. I do not think that is wise without our solicitors present.
I really don't want to involve them. Angus snorted.
Then you shouldn't have sued me. Do you hate me so much?
She folded her arms across her chest. Why didn't you tell me about your harem? You told me all kinds of stories about your past, but you conveniently left them out.
There was nothing to tell. I inherited them like you would an automobile.
And you never took them for a test drive?
Nay, I did not.
Emma's mouth fell open. You didn't? Not even around the block?
Nay. He glowered at her. I wasna interested in them. I wanted the job of British Coven Master. 'Tis an honour, and I was proud to be the first Scotsman to hold the position.
Oh, congratulations. He grunted a response. And they never tried to seduce you? Are those women crazy?
Enough with the harem, he growled. They're gone.
I know, but surely they were attracted to you.
He arched a brow. You think I'm a fine catch?
Of course.
His mouth twitched. They thought I was a barbarian.
What silly women. Emma stepped toward him.
Aye. He gave her a wary look. I suppose you want to rant at me now.
A little. I suffered through the most traumatic event of my life, and you didn't stay with me. You left me in a stranger's house, and you wouldn't answer any of my calls.
He grimaced. I know ye hate me. I know what I did was unforgivable. He squared his shoulders. So I'm willing to give ye 49% of McKay's security and investigation.
Her mouth fell open. 49%?
He gritted his teeth. I know ye want 51, but that's not reasonable. That's revenge.
I don't want revenge. I don't want you to suffer at all. He gave her an incredulous look.
Then why are you doing this?
Idiot. She wanted to strangle him. Did you give me any choice, Angus? I tried and tried to talk to you, but this was the only way I could get your attention.
Fine. You have my undivided attention. Feel free to rail at me for destroying your life and causing ye so much pain and misery.
The only pain you caused me was your neglect.
He snorted. I overfed on you and left ye too weak to defend yourself. And then when ye were injured and dying because of me, I killed you.
Her breath hitched. Now she understood. He'd left not because he was rejecting her, but because he was overwhelmed with guilt and shame. And that could only mean that he still loved her. There was still hope. She took a deep breath. All the things she had planned to say flew from her mind. I missed you.
I missed ye too.
He watched her warily.
Why did ye not go to Rome and to be changed back?
She wandered down the table to the window. I decided I liked being undead. I can kick major ass now, and I could be with you.
Ye would give up being mortal to become a creature ye hate?
I don't hate all vampires. She gazed out the window at the lights of the city, and all the people I love are already dead, including you.
Then why are ye suing me?
She turned to face him. I never wanted to sue you. This was all just a ploy to force you to talk to me.
His mouth dropped open. Then, ye want nothing from me?
She walked down the length of the table, skimming her hand along the tops of the chairs. Actually, I do want a few things.
I'll give ye whatever I can.
I want the harem completely out of your life.
He shrugged. They were never in it. You shouldn't have let them concern you.
Well, they do.
She reached the end of the table.
You see, I want you legally free in case you decide to marry. She slanted him a nervous glance. That was what you call a strong hint?
His mouth dropped open. She winced.
Okay, not a very well-received hint.
I thought ye hated me.
No, Angus. I want you. I love you. Even when I was throwing up, I loved you. She winced inwardly. That was not the romantic confession she had practiced the night before. Fortunately, he appeared too dumbfounded to notice. She stepped toward him. I'm glad you're the one who changed me. Do you know why? He shook his head. Her eyes welled with tears. Because you had already changed me on the inside. You taught me the true meaning of love. Love doesn't please itself by seeking revenge. Love sacrifices itself for the good of others. A tear rolled down her cheek as she drew closer. That's what you did, Angus.
You gave up all hope for peace and happiness in order to save me. His eyes glimmered with moisture. I love you, Emma. I feared ye could never forgive me. Forgive what? Another tear slipped down her cheek. You did me no wrong. I fed you to save myself, and it left you too weak to defend yourself. I gave myself willingly. I couldn't bear the thought of living without you. Oh, Emma. He wiped a tear from her face and looked at the pink stain on his finger. Look what I've done to you. I know. She grabbed his hand and kissed it. Look at me. I'm stronger and wiser because of you. I used to live for revenge and hate, but now I want to live for love. His breath caught as a tear tumbled down his face. I should have listened to Roman. He was right. What did he say? Angus cradled her face in his hands. He said, all things are possible with love. He kissed her brow. I'm still having trouble forgiving myself. Don't worry. She skimmed her hand down his kilt. I think I can help you feel much better. He smiled. In that case, he lowered himself onto one knee. I should ask ye to marry me. She fell to her knees in front of him. Yes, you should. Then ye agree? Yes. She wrapped her arms around his neck. And we have to live happily ever after. That's part of the contract. His smile widened. I just happen to have a solicitor nearby. We could have it put into writing. Your word is good enough for me. Emma glanced to the side. Right now, I can think of a better use for that conference table. Angus's eyebrows rose. Ach, you're a clever lass. He scrambled to his feet. I'll lock the door. Emma wandered to the window and smiled at the city lights and starry sky. The night was her life now, and she had an eternity of nights to spend with the man she loved. She closed the blinds as she felt his arm circle her waist. He nuzzled her neck. I love ye, Emma Wallace. She leaned back against his sturdy chest. Forever and a night. Epilogue. 3 months later. Thank you for coming. Shanna gave Emma a hug. No problem, Emma smiled. You know we would do anything for our godson. She and Angus had been thrilled when they were asked to be godparents. It was the closest they could ever come to being real parents. Angus stood by the crib in the nursery at Romatech, studying the sleeping child. He's very special. Of course he is. Shanna's glowing smile faded a bit. I just hope my dad agrees. I'm sure he will. Emma tried to be encouraging, but she had her doubts. Sean Whalen was supposed to arrive any minute now to meet his grandson for the first time. Shanna had made the arrangements a week ago and was so nervous that Emma had agreed to come for moral support. She knew how volatile Sean could be. He'd cursed and ranted when she'd turned in her resignation. He'd demanded to know why. She'd told him that she was homesick and moving back to Scotland. As furious as he was, she hadn't dared tell him she was marrying the coven master of British vampires, or that she had become a vampire herself. He's awake? Angus grinned as he playfully tugged on the baby's toes. Constantine gurgled with laughter. He adores you, Angus. Shanna approached the crib. Aye. Angus picked up the chubby baby. How are ye, lad? Emma's heart filled, watching Angus hold the baby. The door swung open, and Connor escorted Shanna's father into the room. Sean quickly scanned the nursery. Thank you for coming, Shanna said quietly. Sean glanced at her, frowning. I'm glad to see you're still alive. Have they been hurting you? Her jaw tensed. I'm perfectly fine, and very happy. He frowned at his grandson. You let bloodsuckers handle your baby? Angus snorted. I am Constantine's godfather. Sean looked at Emma. What are you doing here? I thought you were in a hurry to get back to Scotland. I'm visiting. She folded her arms across her chest. I like to visit Constantine often. He's an adorable child. As if on cue, Constantine squealed happily. He kicked and wiggled. Angus chuckled. He's a lively one. Is he? Sean looked askance at the baby. Is he alive? Shanna scoffed. I have gone whole weeks without sleep. I could actually do with a little less liveliness from him. He's a happy lad. Angus swung the baby around in a circle. Constantine chortled. Sean shifted his weight. Is he normal? Emma was ready to kick his teeth in. Of course he's normal. Which is amazing, considering my gene pool, Shanna muttered. Connor chuckled. Sean glared at him. Angus walked toward them. Do you no want to hold your grandson? Sean looked worried as Angus came closer. What does he eat? Connor arched a brow. He takes 3 pints a night. Be careful, or he'll go for your neck. Sean jumped back. Connor laughed. Shanna gave him an annoyed look. Behave yourself. She switched her glare to her father. Constantine is a normal baby. He can't bite you. He has no teeth. The door to the hallway opened and a woman peeked inside. I'm so sorry to interrupt. Emma recognized her as Radinka, Grigori's mortal mother, who was now managing Shanna's dental office. Shanna, dear, Radinka continued, we have a bit of an emergency. Laszlo has chipped a tooth. Oh my, I hope it isn't a fang. Shanna strode toward the door. She glanced back at her friends. I'll be back as soon as possible. Do not worry, Connor reassured her. When the door clicked shut, he continued. We will not let this fool hurt his grandson. What? Sean walked toward Connor. You think I would hurt him? I think you would. If he suddenly grew some fangs, Connor replied. Angus set Constantine down in the crib, then joined the other men by the door. Connor has a point. You should not be asking if your grandson is normal. You should be ready to love him no matter what. Sean snorted. You have some nerve lecturing me. How many people have you attacked over the centuries? Emma sighed. So much for the happy family reunion. She wandered toward the crib to see how Constantine was faring. Suddenly, his head appeared above the crib railing. Then his chest. And chubby belly. Emma's mouth fell open. Good heavens, Constantine was levitating. He kept going up and up. She glanced back at the men. Sean's back was turned, and Angus and Connor were so busy defending their honor, they hadn't noticed the baby floating up to the ceiling. Constantine chortled, clearly pleased with himself. Sean started to turn. Emma leaped and levitated fast to the ceiling where she caught the baby in her arms. What the hell? Sean stared at her aghast. His eyes widened. Shit! You're a vampire! Emma smiled faintly. I've been meaning to tell you. Sean turned to Angus. You bastard! You did this to her! You killed her! Angus stepped forward, his fists clenched. Connor grabbed Sean from behind. Ye will calm yourself, Waylon. Sean's eyes blazed with anger. I should kill you, McKay. He glanced back at Connor. And you too, you bastard! Let go of me! Stop it! Emma shouted, cradling the baby against her chest. You will not fight in front of the baby. Connor released Sean, and the men spread out, eyeing each other suspiciously. Sean, I was mortally wounded, and Angus saved my life. He gave her an annoyed look. You're not alive. Emma descended slowly, taking the baby with her. I am alive, just different. I wanted to tell you earlier when I turned in my resignation, but you were too upset to listen to reason. Angus folded his arms. He is always too upset to listen to reason. Sean frowned. Emma landed in front of the crib. I want you to listen now, Sean. I am the same person you knew before. Death did not change me. She set Constantine down in his crib. I am more determined than ever to defeat the evil vampires. Sean remained silent. She hoped she was getting through. Constantine giggled. She looked at him, and he smiled back. A warmth seeped into her, and a sense of peace. The baby's eyes glimmered with a surprising intelligence. He started to rise again. Emma placed her hand on his head and pushed him down. "I am disappointed in you," Sean murmured, "but I can concede that you are not evil." "None of the vamps here are evil. She noticed Constantine rising once again and pushed him down. "We want to make the world safe, not only for us, but for all mankind." "Ye should let us do our job," Angus added. "Stop interfering with us when we're trying to protect you." Sean sighed. "I'll think about it." He turned to Connor. "I'd like to talk to my daughter." Connor nodded. "This way." He led Sean out the door. Emma sighed with relief. Angus smiled. "That was a good speech, though I was surprised to see you floating about with a bairn." "I wasn't taking him up. I was bringing him down." Emma let go of Constantine. He squealed and started to levitate. "Good God!" Angus strode forward. "I know." Emma watched as the baby rose to the ceiling. "I let Sean think it was me. I didn't think he could handle this." Angus wrapped an arm around her shoulder. "We're making progress with him." "I hope so." Emma linked her hands around Angus's neck. "Have I told you recently that you're the most amazing man in the world, and I love you to distraction?" He grinned. "The only amazing thing about me is that I found the most amazing woman to love." Emma touched his cheek. "And it only took about 500 years. As they kissed, Constantine lowered gently into his crib, an angelic smile on his face. This recording of Be Still My Vampire Heart by Carolyn Sparks was performed by Donna Rollins. It was produced and directed by Bob Dion. Executive producer, Karen Chikansky. Text copyright 2007 by Carolyn Sparks. Production copyright 2011 by HarperCollins Publishers. We hope you've enjoyed this program from Harper Audio. For more information about the broad range of titles from Harper Audio, Harper Children's Audio, and Cadman, please visit harperaudio.com. Thank you for listening.